Greetings, everyone, and welcome to Progressive Discussions, Uncensored Saturday, Open Topic Talk. I'm your host, James P. Madonna, and it happens to be, let's see now, I would say the second show of, is it the second show of June? Maybe not. Or could have been the first show of June. Anyway, it's the beginning of June 2025, whether it be the second show or the first show or the second show. And I want to welcome everyone, your regular viewers, as well as the new people. And I want to give a shout out to Miss Hannah Wong of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Good evening and happy Saturday to Hannah Wong. I don't know if the man is busting my balls or what, but Mr. Ronnie S. of who resides in Clearwater, Florida, just spilled the beans on one of the matches before I even watch the rerun of the pay-per-view, the special event on dailymotion.com. He spilled the beans. He pulled a routine that Gabriel Salaya did to me one time by revealing the results of one of the matches, and for that, I'm gonna have to mute him. To cut his commentary. It wasn't very nice of him to do that. And he's doing it on purpose. He's doing it on purpose. All right. Before I even watch the special event, um, Mr. Bart Robinson, greetings to you. Happy weekend of June, the beginning of June 2025. I hope you had a very pleasant week. Mr. Bart Robinson of Southwestern New Jersey, very happy to see you. Okay. I'm going to have a sip of some nice Pinot Noir red wine from Casa di Rocco Winery. All right, in Italy, it's imported, and it only cost me like $11 for a large bottle of this great Pinot Noir red wine, which happens to be the richest source of polyphenol antioxidants of all wines. Yeah, the Money in the Bank event is going on now, and but I did enjoy tremendously the Worlds Collide Lucha Libre wrestling show. Worlds Collide was streamed live from the WWE YouTube channel, and I watched it on my big screen smart TV, my Roku, and it's a lot better than watching it on the phone, that's for sure. You know, I'm trying to keep my composure because we have a decent amount of viewers right now. Usually, I curse when things like this happen. Greetings, Comrade Madonna. I hope in celebrating LGBT and a gay month, we definitely need more shout outs to men that put their penises in other men's bungholes. I'm sure you agree, Comrade Madonna. Now, you see, with my sense of humor, Mr. Tommy Carroll, what I would have done, I would have spelled it differently. I would have spelled it Comrade Madonna. Get it? Play on words. Comrade, CUMRADE. So I give you a little sarcastic humor lessons there. Play on words. No, it happens to be a shout out to a very nice person, very nice young lady. Who runs a thriving business in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I'm sure you would appreciate a woman, a professional woman that runs a thriving business, because Republicans like it when people go to work full time and make good money. Republicans like that. This way, the growth companies, the small emerging growth companies, which are middle class, can pay all the taxes, and your pride and joy, top 2%, the rich and the mega rich, will still be on a tax vacation. A tax vacation, thanks to the cheap, stingy Republican Ronald Reagan, that put all of the fat cats on a tax vacation. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? I'm drinking a $5 bottle of red wine from Chile. Not bad at all. Well, if I would have gotten the small bottle, it would have cost me that much. But I got the big bottle because when I get stressed out, I have more wine. I think this time around, instead of red wine, I'm going to get some craft beer. A good craft beer in my area that is high quality, tastes great at a low price is Brooklyn Brewery. I'm going to get maybe some Brooklyn Brewery lager or their IPA. Nothing fancy, nothing flavored, just a basic IPA. It's I don't know what. It's not a hazy IPA. Now a hazy IPA that is very cloudy and fruity looking in color. That would be a New England IPA. But this IPA is a dark brown IPA, like an English brown ale. You know, like a Newcastle brown ale or a Samuel Smith brown ale. It's that color. It's not hazy. It doesn't look like a fruit smoothie or a mango fruit smoothie or anything like that, like a lot of these IPAs look. And then I guess the West Coast IPAs are similar. I'm not an expert, but as long as you're quiet, well, when I start playing the videos, because I gotta sink my teeth into these serious topics. If you're not in the background doing what Paul Mantia's fiance does, mumble and ramble in the background. You don't do that, I'll be happy. And I'll send you the link. Enjoy the clean. Hello, long time no see. Hey, enjoyed it. Hey, I always love this guy's logo. What is that? Like a tree frog? An Australian tree frog. What the hell they call that again? The dumpy frog. It's a very cartoonish looking frog. I was gonna get one, but I hear they're because of their pads, they slime up the enclosure. And then that means they got to keep cleaning, which means more work. It's bad enough I got to clean the place I live in, vacuuming and dusting and wiping and disinfecting. It's bad enough I got that job. But to have the job of maintaining a pet, an animal, I don't want extra work. Comrade Madonna, would free beer be available to everyone under social? Oh, you're damn right it would be. You're damn right. Remember, there's plenty of prosperity in the fat of the land. There's more than enough abundance to go around, not only in the United States, but the world. Did you hear about the country of Uganda? Talk about corrupt politics. Uganda has struck the mother lode when it comes to gold. The largest gold deposit, I believe, ever found. It's between Uganda and mainland China. Huge gold deposit worth many billions. Believe me, there's more than enough wealth to take care of everyone. So yes, in answer to your question, there most certainly will be either free or at cost, which is what the craft beer is worth, at cost, wholesale. Because buying low and selling high is not God's economics. It is a very unfair, unethical, um, dishonest way to live. It's the whole concept that you flag waving capitalists have of having to pay out of pocket for absolutely everything in life. That sucks. That really does suck. What do we got here? Yeah. Don't do it. his lady friend does, rambling in the background and distracting Paul. He keeps on turning his head away from the camera. Okay, I'm not. I'm just talking about people that know that there are important topics being portrayed or to being offered on the show. It's not a hangout, not yet, until the serious part is over. But people know when something serious is being shown, and she knows serious topics are being discussed. And at that time, when you were drinking very high ABV beers, IPAs, you weren't smoking, you were not mellow, and you were drinking. And every time I showed a video that was very progressive, exposing the right wing fascists of their evil, wicked greed, and exposing the forces of evil, you were trying to overtalk it. You were trying to lay a little Sabatucci on me, which means you're trying to sabotage the good word of God's economics. Because if it's capitalism, that's the devil's economics, and it's the proven devil's economics. That's why Republicans ignore the New Testament, because that's when Jesus comes around and tells the rich to sell their worldly possessions or whatever, and then to help the poor and give to the poor. They don't like that part of the Bible. So therefore, how can they be Christians? They're counterfeit Christians. They're fake, phony frauds, is what they are. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for my good buddy, what's his, Mr. Ed Krasenstein or Krasenstein. He has over 1 million followers on Twitter X. I checked him out. Over 1 million followers. So he's established. He's an established progressive. All right, what has he got to say? Decline or decline? I've been following you guys, Ron and the crew, forever. I need to hop on Voice someday. Well, if you're respectful and you don't, you're not one of those people from Ron's following. He's got a lot of right-wing extremist rednecks on following his shows, and they would definitely try to sabotage this show, and then I would have to give them the axe. But if you're cool, you can stay on as long as you want. Like this guy, Mr. Bart Robinson. He's a follower of Ronald J. Theriot, and he's very respectful. Free Colt 45. Well, malt liquor, they just add more carbs to it, right? More sugars to boost the ABV. That's pretty much what malt liquor really is, right? It's not really a liquor. It's what would you call it? A type of ale, or what's that other beer? That's too malty and sweet for me. The German Marzen, the Oktoberfest beer that's like very malty and sweet tasting. But you know what I noticed? A good wheat beer, not a macro beer from the United States, for corporate American beer, not that garbage with all the preservatives and chemicals. I mean a good imported German wheat beer, like Aventinus or something that absolutely wonderful flavor. I think it's very refreshing for the hot weather, in my opinion. That's only me. What? Who died? Oh, BC. Oh, you're talking about Christopher Nichols of Michigan. BC Beer Reviews. Yeah. May he rest in peace. Yes, definitely. I'm gonna give a 7 bell memorandum to Mr. Christopher Nichols. May he rest in peace. We pray for his soul. Oh, looks like a nipple, doesn't it? It's like a breast and a nipple. It's a hotel bell, as opposed to the levity bell, as opposed to other things that I have, other toys. All right, I gotta sink my teeth in. I'm super normal, promise. All right, just let me know, and I'll put the link here. Actually, I might as well just put the link here for Ronnie, or I can send him the link. Yeah, malt liquor is just another name for a strong beer. I did say his name, Christopher Nichols. I said it more than once. Christopher Nichols. How many times do I gotta say it? I didn't say, like, I didn't call him BC, 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 BC. 1,000,000 Years BC with Raquel Welch. Remember that movie? I remember Quest for Fire when the girl was washing something, the cave woman was washing something in the river, and I mean the creek, not the river, and the caveman ran up behind it. I don't know if you people remember Quest for Fire. Let's see now. Where am I? Okay. Now, certain individuals, I give the link to towards after the second half, because if I don't give the link like towards the end, they'll completely try to dominate the show. They'll talk over everybody. They'll shout. They're one in particular is an attention whore, and it won't be a good idea to give him the link early on. There are people who are like Donald Trump. They're narcissists. They're attention whores. They're whores, man. Christopher Nichols. What does that mean? I got to ring the bell again? I said Christopher Nichols. May he rest in peace. We pray for his soul. What do you want me to do? The Irish jig? Comrade Madonna, if I'm not mistaken, you are not quite as respectful to him when he was alive. No, we had a falling out. Well, I don't hold a grudge. Actually, I did not have a falling out with him. He had a falling out with me because the time he passed out on Ronald Tirio's show, I did a screen share, a screen share, of him being out like a light, and I put him in the center of the wheel of many questions and answers. I don't know. What the hell? Spin the wheel, make a deal. Ronnie S. named it that. It was a wheel of answers, I think, and we would come up with a question, and then we would read the answer. It's been so long, I forgot the details. But anyway, I put him in the center. You know who else got very upset? The miscellaneous one from Florida, the guy with no sense of humor. The guy he's really a grouch. And he got really upset. He was like getting really nasty with me. And I says, don't worry. I didn't put your face in the middle of the wheel. But once he started threatening me, I says, you know, you keep it up. I am going to put your face in the middle of the wheel. And I'm going to spin the wheel every time I'm live streaming if you don't simmer down. Yeah. But I did enjoy the barbecue shows I did with him. You know, he has a smoker. Well, he had a big smoker grill in his backyard, and he would smoke and barbecue a lot of wonderful things. Then all of a sudden, he started to not use the smoker grill, and then he started cooking in a crock pot on my show. I go, I don't want to show a crock pot on my show. That's lame. That's crap. I don't want to show a crock pot. You know, that's like, it's cheap crap. That's like, yeah, that's like you making a sandwich on my show, or putting a photo of a sandwich on my food group, and it's that cheap like cooked salami or luncheon meat or something. You know, cheap garbage, some Dollar Tree cold cuts. You know, what the fuck? You know, I just told the story. That's it. That's it. He was a troubled individual. So what? Everybody laughed when he did that. He passed out on the show. Even Ronald Terrio laughed. I just put him in the middle of the spinning wheel. What goes up must come down. Spinning wheel got to go round. Remember that. No, not until the tail end. You knew who I was talking about, Bart, right? I agree, Mr. Bart Robinson. I don't think my nerves could take it tonight. Oh, you know about him too? Oh, so I'm not alone in my feelings about this situation. Well, his significant other became a motor mouth. See, this is what the problem I have. Men that come on the show, if they have a lot to offer, they're smart, and they want to come on the show. But a few people have done this. These men either are married, they have wives, or they live with somebody. These women have their boyfriends or husbands all the time. They can't let them do something with the guys. They can't let them do something else. They have to smother them. That's ridiculous. I mean, come on. How selfish and insecure could they be? What goes up must go round. Spinning wheel got to go. Yeah, what goes up, what must go down. Spinning wheel. What was that? Blood, sweat, and tears? Or Three Dog Night? I think that was Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Yeah, he was. I don't know why he used to defend the military-industrial complex in the U.S. military. With he used to get upset if anybody criticized it, but I guess he's not aware of the reality of the military-industrial complex and what it really is, and the evil that is part of the United States government, run by the oligarch, which is the top 1%, the evils, the demons of corporate America. But he was basically a good, gentle soul. Yes, he was a good dude. Yes, he was. I didn't look at it. You know who I was reading? You know what I was reading on X? Concerned Citizen? Mr. Ed Krasenstein. Fantastic posts, because he's a real progressive. that tells the real hard-hitting truth. And he usually pops on the show with commentary. And he calls out any right-wingers that are also in the commentary section. But no, I don't read any pro-capitalist or right-wing material. Blood, sweat, and underwear? What about from under cheese? Now, is toe cheese and belly button cheese, is it made up of the same bacteria or fungi as that occurs under the arms? Ronnie S., do you know that? Why don't you look it up? Great band, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Right? All those bands were great. Three Dog Night, Steppenwolf, right? Born to Be Wild, and the Magic Carpet Ride. The Doors. Riders on the Storm. Riders on the Storm. Now I gotta play this again. This really is incredible. It's the designer label scam. Riders on the Storm. Boom, 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 boom. Riders on the Storm. Zuckerberg. He automatically plays it, the video, before I hit. That hook-nosed motherfucker. I should get the lyrics up on my phone. We'll do a little karaoke. Well, I'll do it. No, wait till you hear this shit.
So Chinese manufacturers just exposed the luxury scam that Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Prada, Birkin, and all those expensive designer bags and clothes y'all be spending all y'all money on was all a scam, and allegedly it's all fake.
Some say as long as there's a tag saying made in China, the bag can never be luxury. However, in fact, more than 80% of the luxury bags in the world are made in China. But those luxury brands just won't acknowledge that. They take almost finished bags from China factories back to their own countries and just do the repackaging and logo installing, something like that. That way, the bags will appear at their boutiques as made in Italy or made in France. You know, those sophisticated European countries, which make you feel mysterious, royal, and thus luxury. Imagine that you have Hermes bag and suddenly the label on it changed from made in France into made in China, while everything else like leathers, zippers, and hardware remain the same. Do you suddenly feel that your bag is not as luxury as before? If you do, that means you have been misled and poisoned by the market campaign of those luxury brands for too long. Welcome to the real world. Now you see, those bags are made in China by our intelligent and diligent Chinese artisans. Let's not be poisoned and misled by the market campaign any longer and be a real person. Buy a bag from our factory in China, see the real world for yourself.
They're now saying that all luxury brands that we thought was made in Italy and the best factories in the world was actually allegedly made in China.
This Birkin bag at Hermes boutique will cost you 38,000 USD. But what is the real cost out of the factory? For one piece of bag, the hardware will cost 150 USD. The total cost will be 1,400 USD for one Birkin out of factory. But why Hermes will charge you 38,000 USD for one bag? That's because more than 90% of the price is paid for its logo.
A lot of people are very upset to spend $30,000 on a Birkin bag only to find out the real bag is only $100. Woo! Come on now. Imagine how many people out there spending $1,200 on Gucci purses, $3,000 on Louis Vuitton, Versace, all these high-end luxury brands that make people feel good and make you think that you look rich. And whole time, man, that thing $20. Oh my God, that's crazy, man. The disrespect is diabolical. Now, like I said, guys, this is all alleged. Right now, Chinese manufacturers are now clapping back at United States manufacturers because, as y'all know, listen, I think all this is happening because of them tariffs. You know what I'm saying? Listen, a lot of companies in China is taking a big hit ever since Trump raised the prices on them tariffs, man. And so now it seems to be that a lot of Chinese manufacturers are allegedly dropping bombshells and secrets on the whole fashion industry. And I feel like they're trying to crash the fashion industry at this point because they are saying a lot of these high-end brands was actually secretly made in Chinese factories, in the same factories that the knockoffs and fake versions was. These Chinese manufacturers are saying that the only difference between a real Gucci purse and a fake Gucci purse, a real Louis Vuitton and a fake Louis Vuitton, is just the logo that they put on it because they saying it's made at the same daggone factory, y'all.
Your made in Italy Gucci 80% come from Chinese factory. They just add the logo in Europe to make you pay the price of 10 times. Close your eyes. If your hammer says made in China, does it feel cheaper? No, that's not quality issue. It's luxury brand washing. Fun fact, the hand stitching your product, 42% are Chinese artisans.
How do y'all feel about this? Do y'all believe these Chinese manufacturers, or do y'all think it's all cap? Y'all think they trying to pull a fast one on us? Because at the same time, we also got to look at it from both angles, right? China just lost a lot of money with United States businesses that will no longer operate in China, and Donald Trump is bringing all the factories back to United States with these tariffs. So we got to be wise about this, ladies and gentlemen. We got to really look deep because there's really no.
You think Americans are going to work in factories? You got another thing coming, my friend. Ain't going to happen. They're not going to work on farms picking vegetables and fruits, and they're not going to work in factories.
No way to know. Louis, Gucci, Vuitton, all of the high-end luxury brands, they not saying nothing right now. They not confirming if it's true. They not denying if it's true. We don't know. But we do know this. A lot of people are feeling like they got scammed. A lot of people are feeling like they got bamboozled. And I just want to know, how do y'all feel? What do y'all think about what's going on right now? Do y'all think that there are more companies that's been doing the same thing? Look, we got to understand business also. You understand? In the art of business, you're supposed to buy low and sell high. But at the same time, with these luxury brands, they buying real low and 5xing it, 10xing the price. Taking a $20 purse and selling it for $5,000. That's crazy. And that's exactly what a scam is that got everybody so upset, ladies and gentlemen. So listen, man, tell me what y'all think. Are y'all going to continue to purchase luxury brands? Do y'all feel rich? If you got a Louis Vuitton bag, how do you feel about it? You know what I'm saying? At the same time, there are also people saying that maybe this whole thing isn't true and that maybe this is all propaganda from China trying to play with America's head. So we got to really be smart about this, guys. But this is what everybody's talking about. This is what everybody upset with. I had to bring this to y'all, keep y'all people informed. Because look, man, we got to be careful out here. Because people nowadays are not playing fair. Straight up.
That's right. That's right. You're damn right. Well, in the words of my late, wealthy Uncle Phil, who is not with us anymore in our family, he was very successful, self-employed electrical engineer and entrepreneur. Started electronics components business with government contracts. He did very well. He told me when he was alive that prestige is all in the mind, and he was right. Okay. Before I go to the next one, I want to give a shout out to Miss Hannah Wong of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Greetings, happy Saturday, and good evening, Hannah Wong. All right, let's see. It's got more right-wing mumbo jumbo. Maxine Waters with a backup singer for Blood, Sweat, and Tears. See, Tommy Carroll makes everything political, no matter what it is. He makes everything political. They're right-wing fanatics. I don't know what it is about this crony capitalism, this flag-waving mumbo jumbo bullshit about the truth of the United States. I don't know what possesses them to be so obsessive about it. You know, don't they realize the corruption and the wickedness involved in a system like that? They politicize everything. Yes, Jimi Hendrix, you're right. Voodoo Child. I am now. I'm pro Elon now because he's using the massive wealth he has to teach the bloated orange demon a lesson that he will never forget. I think that the bloated orange demon Trump's karma is in the form of Elon Musk. What I would do if I was Elon is I would move the company headquarters of SpaceX and all his businesses. I would move it out of the United States and possibly over to Canada. That's what I would do. That's right. Not to run for president. No, but I think very highly of the both of them. There's no Republican that can successfully out-debate and win a debate against either one of those two, especially AOC. I mean a fair debate where no one is allowed to interrupt and talk over the other. AOC will destroy any Republican in the debate because Republicans are imbeciles. Yeah, right. I don't own any Gucci. You know why I have a collection of Izods? You jabroni jumbalonis. You know why I have a Oh, here we go. You know why I have a collection of Izods? Because they were gifts. They were given to me in the past. And all my clothes, all my polo shirts, all my dress shirts were given to me. That's why they never wear out, because I have a nice collection of them. And I don't dress up that often, except for the polos. No, I don't own a Gucci. I would never pay retail price for any nationally advertised brand name product. I wouldn't even pay out of my own pocket for an Izod. Are you kidding? If I didn't have these shirts and I wanted a polo shirt, I would just go on Walmart's website, or I would go on, better yet, Amazon Prime, and I would look for a polo shirt and order it with no logo and no designer name on it, because I don't believe in wasting money. Waste not, want not, jabroni. Have a great, oh, you're leaving already? Have a great week, Comrade Madonna. Always enjoy the show on the way, searching for truth and justice. Now, you work, you mentioned a nervous hospital. Do you work in a mental institution, or are you a pimp? Do you manage a gentleman's club? You're a very mysterious man, Tommy Carroll, and you either work late Saturday somewhere unique and exotic that you never really tell anyone where you work, or that's your way of saying, I had enough of your show. I'm going to go watch a movie with the family. I'm going to get something to eat and watch a movie. I'm going to relax, you know. But instead, you know, you say that you're off to see the wizard or something like that. You know I'm only busting your chops. You know that, Tommy Carroll. All right, hold on for a second. Okay, now let me move on to the next. Well, anyway, it's always great having you, Tommy Carroll. You know that. Hey, what's going on here? Here we go. Here we go. Oh, you know how it is. They force you to watch the advertisement. You gotta wait for the commercial to end. Okay, this is unique. This is the Chinese unitary humanoid robots duking it out. They're fighting. This should be interesting. Beautiful. Gotta love science and technology. I know I do, especially when it involves medical science and saves lives. All right, this one is UFOs in the sky over London. Oh no. Oh, get out of here. This post may not be comfortable for some audiences. Give me a break. Nonsense. Poppycock. Get the heck out of here. Now what? I do have an account. You know, they're so anal, TikTok, when it comes to censorship. It's really insane. It's incredible. Okay, finally. Shut up. They're making me jump through hoops just to bring this up. Like they think people are going to go, they're going to be hysterically panicking to finally accept the fact that there are extraterrestrials that have been visiting Earth, possibly for thousands of years, or at least recently. They think people are going to freak out.
Oh my God, what am I capturing? 33 minutes past 10 in the evening, London time. What is this that I'm seeing right now during my live stream? It's coming from the sky, multiple lights, smoky. As I was speaking to one of the subscribers, Eileen's talking about the northern lights. What is this? Does any of you ever witness tonight, 33 minutes past 10 in the evening London time, that's something falling from the sky, multiple objects? I thought I thought it's a missiles passing, dropping, coming down from the sky. But what the heck are these I'm seeing during my live stream that is, I can't even explain it. Can anybody tell me, did you guys witness something weird in central London? Look at this. This is during my live streaming tonight. I'm shocked. I am absolutely shocked. I just don't know what to say. What are they? Can you please share it with me? GSM here. Share your thoughts.
Share your thoughts. She don't sound British. Do I really want to answer this guy's question? Tell us more about how you support Elon now, because he has the potential to bring down the Trump administration and especially those fascist stormtroopers, those racist fascist stormtroopers known as ICE. You ever see the guy who runs ICE? He looks like Elmer Fudd from the old Bugs Bunny cartoons. Yeah. You can ask me anything you want, but I'll give you an honest answer. Excuse me. Do you think Elon will now back Democrats to backstab Trump? Backstab. Why? He's supposed to kowtow to him and agree with everything he says? He can't have he can't have a difference of opinion. He can't have a mind of his own. So any criticism or disagreement with Trump is called backstabbing. You know that Trump really doesn't show loyalty to anyone. He demands loyalty, but he doesn't show it. And all of his so-called friends have been discarded and thrown under the bus. People like Rudy Giuliani, and the list goes on and on. So I hope you know what? I'm not a registered Democrat. I do not like the Democrat Party. I do not like any of the two major establishment parties. And the key word is establishment, because they are paid off and controlled by the oligarchs. So therefore, I am not a registered Democrat or Republican. I am a Democratic socialist independent. I support Bernie Sanders, AOC, and from Our Revolution, the Our Revolution organization, and I support the kind of government they have in the new and improved revolutionary different Mexico, the brand new Mexico, Scandinavian countries, and Canada. That's the kind of government I support. I think capitalism is the devil's economics. Oh yeah, Steve Bannon, the big shot, the guy, the fat pig that looks like he never shampoos his hair. He has like greasy looking hair. The guy that says that was cursing up a storm, F this and F that, at Elon Musk, saying he wants to tear Elon Musk's face off because Elon Musk mentioned the infamous Epstein list, Jeffrey Epstein list, saying that Donald Trump is definitely on the list, and also saying that that he went to Epstein's resort many times, multiple times. So Bannon got all ferocious because Bannon is a sycophant. He's an ass kisser. You know, ass kissers like company men. All right. All right, that's it. That's enough. Oh shit. See, the one thing about this platform, it doesn't allow me to control what portion of the video I want to play. So I have to replay it, unfortunately. Yeah, Concerned Citizen is he's a right-wing saboteur, a stooge, a right-wing stooge, or whatever you want to call him, a shill.
Message to ICE agents. It appears that there are more than 200 foreigners working in the United States for a crime family. Many of them are here legally, but I know that often doesn't matter to you. One of the places they're working is at this private membership club in Florida, where the membership fee is $1 million, and the owner, a billionaire and a felon, is insisting he can't find Americans, so he hires people who look like this to meet his stringent standards, including for housekeepers, the ability to communicate in English, maintain flexible hours, and move 25 pounds. And no doubt that's really hard to find among Americans. And for what it's worth, the cheap billionaire owner was paying his housekeepers, last we saw, $11.96 an hour. He doesn't even round it up to $12. And the others, the cooks, the waiters, etc., get just a little more. Anyway, I thought you at ICE and everyone should know.
Yeah.
This is an important message to ICE.
Okay. So, being that Ronnie has spilled the beans and told me the result of the of Dominic Mysterio defending his Intercontinental title. Now, who did he defend it against? Was it against Penta? Well, regardless who it was against, I am sure that there was outside interference from the Judgment Day, and that's the only reason why Dominic Mysterio still has the Intercontinental belt. The one thing I really appreciated about Worlds Collide, Lucha Libre with the Mexican wrestlers, is that I did not witness any outside interference. They were all honest matches based on talent and wrestling performance, in-ring performance, based on the merits of the wrestlers. There was no cheating. There was no outside interference at all, which is why I really appreciated and enjoyed the show, not to mention the fact that there are outstanding performers, the Mexican Lucha Libre. Oh, this one. Okay, this one. How do you stop this? See, the one thing about Zuckerberg, he really has a very outdated platform. He doesn't pour any money into Instagram or Facebook, well, especially Instagram. It's really bad. It's very outdated. This is Elizabeth Warren.
In the Trump administration, it sure looks like you got to pay to play. Just take a look at the largest meat processing company in the world, JBS. The Trump administration just approved JBS to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange, completely ignoring its long history of corruption and bribery. JBS and its subsidiaries have been fined hundreds of millions of dollars for bribery, for price fixing, for safety violations, you name it. And can you guess which company made the single largest donation to Trump's inauguration? Pilgrim's Pride, which is owned by JBS. So let me say that again. After a decade of trying and failing to get the green light to go public on the stock market, Pilgrim's Pride paid Donald Trump's inauguration fund more than the contributions from Apple, Amazon, Meta, and Google combined. And now, suddenly, Trump's SEC gives them the go-ahead. That sounds pretty fishy to me. And that is why I sent a letter to the JBS and Pilgrim's Pride CEO pressing for answers. Because we got to fight back against shady corporate deals and stand up for the Americans who actually play by the rules. In the Trump administration,
She's right on the money. Even though she went up against her supposed good friend Bernie Sanders during that campaign that time, and tried to screw him up, which doesn't really prove that he's your friend. But I always wondered why a woman that's from Oklahoma, originally from Oklahoma, somehow ran for U.S. Senator in Massachusetts. And maybe it's because Oklahoma is a very red state, red, evangelical, right-wing, flag-waving, capitalist, dumbass state. And she wouldn't stand a chance becoming a U.S. Senator from Oklahoma. That's probably why she went to Massachusetts. You know. Now, Ronnie Simpson says he's going to jump on in between matches. I don't see him jumping on. But then again, I don't want to know who won. That's probably why we haven't heard from Gabriel Celaya. His eyes are probably glued to Money in the Bank. All right, next topic here. Let's see. Oh, this one's not long. Hold on for a second. What's going on here?
So what if I told you the smoke they say is coming from Canadian wildfires probably isn't smoke at all? So I'm down here in Kentucky, and it's reaching even farther south than us. How does wildfire haze travel thousands of miles and still linger in the sky? Maybe it's not smoke. Maybe it's a smoke screen. I have 4 potential hypotheses for this. So the Canadian wildfire smoke explanation is not the full story. It's likely a cover-up for atmospheric manipulation, and here's why. So number 1, atmospheric aerosol operations, chemtrails. There's strong evidence that the skies are being deliberately altered using aerosolized metals, aluminum, barium. These are sprayed and dispersed to reflect or diffuse sunlight, interfere with natural weather patterns, obscure sky visibility, and this haze often gets blamed on wildfires, even when no local fires exist or when the smoke shouldn't logically reach that far. Number 2, solar activity suppression. So we are currently in solar cycle 25 and activity is intensifying. CMEs, solar flares, and geomagnetic storms. Many of these cosmic events are said to stimulate consciousness, affect human biology, and disrupt synthetic systems. So obscuring the skies may be an effort to block these things, to block visible signs of solar anomalies, frequency shifts that are tied to planetary and solar alignments, and witness phenomena like double suns, auroras, or even energetic anomalies. Number 3, geoengineering and military tech testing. HARP, satellite arrays, and weather control systems definitely exist, and they're often used in tandem with aerosol operations. So the smoke could be a way to cover them running tests on electromagnetic frequency manipulation, masking the visual evidence of artificial cloud grids and wave patterns. It could distract from scalar or microwave tech effects in the ionosphere. And then number 4, psychological conditioning. Labeling it all smoke creates a narrative that is easy for the masses to accept, tied to climate panic that's already out there, and used to justify censorship, lockdown behavior, and compliance. It basically normalizes unnatural skies, and it keeps the masses from asking the real questions. So what is my real take on this, my real theory? It's not just smoke. It's frequency interference, visual suppression, and psyop narrative control, all rolled into one. And what's the deeper goal? To block consciousness upgrades, to mask cosmic shifts, and to maintain control as their version of reality breaks down. What do you think? Drop in the comments.
See, the thing that bothers me about these red states, the people in these red states, I believe in some conspiracy theories, and others are just insane. But they always point the finger at the government. They never point the finger at the real enemy, which are the corporate CEOs. You know? That's a bad habit. When people keep saying, you know, I don't like doing it. I don't do it excessively. So many people do it excessively. Like when I hear the New York sports media interview some of the manager of the New York Yankees, the baseball players, you know, and they're like, some of them, especially the manager, Aaron Boone, he's constantly saying, you know, blah, 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 you know, blah, 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 you know, yada, 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 you know. I mean, no, people don't know. It's just maybe it's a nervous habit. You know, could be a nervous habit. I'm a fan of her revealing the true facts of today's politics and calling out Republicans and getting the progressive point across, but I'm not in favor of when she went after her so-called close friend Bernie Sanders during the campaign. But in general, I am a fan because we need all of the good progressive soldiers. I say soldiers, not in the literal sense, but in a way, you know, I just wish that progressives were more militant, and I wish unions became militant, you know, because you can compromise with the enemy. It's not going to happen. You cannot negotiate with the criminal mind or the forces of evil. It's just not going to work. And if you do negotiate, if you compromise with the right wing, the bottom 98% always loses. The people always will lose. No, it's too hot. Plus, I'm not going to spend the money to travel to any of those events. I'm not a PC neoliberal. So no, the answer is no, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to spend the money. I'm not going to stand out in the hot, humid weather. I'm going to stay in the air conditioning and watch whatever I want with the convenience of my remote. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Oh, man. The convenience of my remote.
Bringing the facts and people still trying to argue with you. For all you that's new here that still doubt, I want to give you a little statistic. There's 144,000 cemeteries in America total. You can look that up. Go ahead. 9,000 to 9,500 people die every day in America. 51% get cremated. So we'll knock off 4,500. We'll say 4,400 a day. Even still, the math ain't mathing. Please tell me when you've seen a new cemetery being built. And I'm not saying there's none, but I'm saying you yourself, the person reading this. If you could comment and tell me the last time you seen a new cemetery being built, I'd be grateful. I got people even there in their 80s and 90s that haven't seen one. I understand that there could be some confusion because you was taught that everything's on the up and up in America. Well, I got news for you. It's not. There's shady businesses and shady dealings everywhere. I just wanted to leave you guys with that stat before you just agree that everybody's being buried. And for every message that I'm getting from funeral homes and stuff like that, this is again once proof that, we're not falling for the tricks. We're not going to do it. We know what's going on. And we will be deceived.
And I'll tell you exactly what I took from this gentleman. It's called unauthorized illegal organ harvesting. Because if there is, you take the number of people that die every year in the United States, and then you compare it to the amount of cemeteries that we have, and there's no new cemeteries being.
Oh, what about people cremated though? A lot of people doing that now.
Well, you're right, because
they can't afford to have the funeral.
Well, that's what my sister was explaining to me, that people can't afford
to
get ripped off by the funeral homes to have.
You know what, bro? I was just talking to my wife about this today. I was just having the same conversation today.
Yeah.
I said if I die, I want to be buried. I don't want to be cremated.
Well,
and I'll try to plan for it, but if I happen to die tomorrow, I want you to make the effort to raise the funds and everything, because I don't want to be buried. I mean, I don't want to be burned. I don't want my body burned.
Well, that's your choice. Yeah, that's your choice. That's your choice. Now, I believe that the real problem is the cost of the casket.
It is. But if that's important to you, then you got to pay it.
But whatever happened to what about a shrink? What do they call that? Vacuum seal, like where they do the cold cuts in the supermarket. Instead
what do you mean?
You know when you get boiled ham, and it's in.
Yeah.
I mean, or Rubbermaid, not Rubbermaid. What the hell you call it? Rubbermaid company. The storage containers that you snap shut. Like Tupperware.
Plastic wrap.
That would make a Tupperware, a Rubbermaid coffin in the shape of a casket. That
a Rubbermaid coffin.
That the food storage containers. When you burp the air, you snap it shut and it's sealed, and it's made out of a type of plastic. There's no need for a rip-off expensive wooden casket with the handles and all shiny.
Well, they make it nice, It's got the handles. It's got the handles for the pallbearers.
You think? Yeah. You mean the Undertaker's manager?
You know what a pallbearer is,
right?
Know
do you think a dead body? You think a dead body that's got rigor mortis or formaldehyde in his veins cares?
It's all part of the ceremony. It's a nice ceremony.
Nice. Who's it nice? It's nice to look at.
So you personally, what would you say? Would you just be cremated?
I say there are alternatives to spending a ridiculous amount of money and getting ripped off, price gouged by the funeral industry. You could be buried, but you don't have to have that expensive mahogany, whatever the hell, wooden casket. I mean, for God's sakes, it's not necessary. What did they do in the 1900s? They put you in a pine box. What's wrong with pine? So you become,
as long as you have the proper Christian burial.
Right.
That's what's important.
As long as the priest does
Yeah.
what he needs to do,
Yeah.
because
You're right. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't matter what kind of box it is.
because
Yeah.
it has to do with preparing the soul for the afterlife.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's why the priest does the.
That's why I don't believe in this burning the body. You know, what the fuck is
Yeah.
that,
Well,
man?
the priest still did. Like for my mom, the
They
priest
they do now these days. They do it. Yeah.
the priest still did the prayers of the
Yeah.
funeral. He still went through the whole ritual,
Yeah. I know.
except she was in an urn.
Yeah, I know. But that's just not the traditional way to do it.
What, cremation?
Yeah. I mean, that's only become popular in recently.
Because people just
People
can't.
are being cheap. Well, yeah, or they're not planning for it, right? So they don't put it in their will, or they don't put it wherever, or they die young for whatever, like something happens,
With the cost of living.
and then the family, that the surviving family doesn't put in the effort to give them a proper, burial.
Because money is very tight now.
Yeah. Well, that's fucked up, man. I mean, this is important stuff.
Well, well, you tell that to the people in Washington that created the high cost of living.
Sure, I
You
don't
know,
disagree with you. Yeah,
or
I mean, but it is what it is, though.
I'm not letting the states off the hook either, because they're politicians there too in the cities, and
It's everybody's fault, but at the end of the day, that is nothing you can do about it. You die. So,
yeah, well, death and taxes, right?
yes, yep. My grandma always said that.
That's the only.
She always said that, and she was smart enough to
Yeah.
put it in her will, in her last testament, the way she was gonna have the funeral run. She put the money aside, and it was a beautiful service, and she got a beautiful, funeral.
Yeah.
And that's what I want for myself.
Well, you do care about your loved ones. It's hard enough to deal with the death of a
Right.
loved one, and you got to go through.
You want to try to plan it if you can. Exactly. You don't want to leave them with a bunch of questions.
You're going. Well, the main thing is, let's see, no matter how you shake it, the body will decompose and become ashes to ashes, dust to dust. But the main thing is the religious ceremony to properly assist the soul to get to the other side, and
Now you've heard of these things called uh, um, celebration of life. They call it
no,
instead of a funeral. You never heard of that?
Oh, is that when everybody tells stories about the deceased? Or
It's something to
what
that
they
effect.
remember?
Yeah, I find it disturbing because you're not supposed to be celebrating this person's life. You're supposed to be praying that this dead person is going to make it into heaven.
Yes.
You're praying for their soul.
You,
You're not celebrating what they did in the past.
it doesn't do their spirit any good to talk about all the fun experiences you had with the deceased.
But I found from my experience, um, I've found that this celebration of life thing is becoming more and more popular.
Unfortunately,
hmm
I don't.
And it does nothing for the dead person. It's just you feel good about it as the living person.
Yeah.
It makes you feel good.
Well, it handles the grief, but it doesn't focus on what's important
Right. Yeah.
in a funeral, which is the soul of the departed.
It's like people just don't get it these days.
It's like, do you think the soul or the spirit of the departed, once it leaves the body, do you think it cares about all the fun it had with their cousins and their
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about that later.
talk about that later?
You have all the time to talk about that.
Yeah,
But that's not
what do
what's
they
at hand
what
right
do they
now.
call the get together? The repast, right? When they drink and they eat and they all get together afterwards.
The what? Wait, what?
After the funeral, there's a tradition where when it's all said and done, and
You get together, yeah.
the funeral's over, they get together for those that can afford it. They rent out a hall
Yeah.
and they have food catered
I didn't know there was a name for that.
I think it's called repast, and they have an open. Sometimes there's an open bar.
Yeah.
You know, well,
That's the traditional way to do it, and you can talk about it at that point.
yeah, you could discuss the memories of the
But I
deceased.
don't know this celebration of life thing.
I don't agree with
I'm not a fan at all.
it. And also,
Do you hear the fireworks going off?
yep, yes, I do.
Yeah, it's cool.
And also, the exorcist Bishop Brian told me. He says it's not a good idea to have the urn in the house. It has to be at.
The urn, if it has the ashes in
In
it.
other words, the body of the deceased should be not in the home with family members. It should be put to rest
Oh,
somewhere in like a cemetery or a mausoleum.
an exorcist told you that?
Yeah, he said it's not good from a spiritual standpoint to have it in the house.
Oh wow, that's interesting. You know an exorcist?
No, I communicate with the exorcist from the show Ghost Adventures. Sometimes they call him when there's
Oh, okay. You talk to him?
Brian. Yeah, sometimes they have a serious situation.
So why is that? It's not good to be in the house because like hauntings.
The soul is not at rest if it's in the house of family.
That makes a lot of sense.
It's
Well,
it's it,
well,
it's
it should be just as a body's buried. Why wouldn't you bury the ashes? Right? Right? I
yeah,
guess that makes sense.
yes. Do you think this guy's
Jack Kevorkian
Jack
was a good man.
was a good man? You mean the mercy killing, the euthanasia they call it? The I think he exploited the situation because it was illegal to do that, and he made money doing it illegally. Whether he did it, whether he had good intentions, no. I think he exploited the situation. It's a form of black market business. He knew it was illegal. He probably charged them a high amount to humanely euthanize the family member that was terminally ill, and took advantage of that. He exploited that. No, I
I'm
don't
not
have.
familiar with the situation.
Yeah, he's a doctor that worked out of a van or something, and he, being that it's illegal to euthanize without, having it lawfully done, a terminally ill person or a person who is suffering, which is really bad. I mean, I can understand the family, saying, "Oh, look, my so and so is suffering, and then there's no hope." But this guy would charge people a fee to kill their to humane.
How would he do it?
Probably did it. Uh, probably
Like a lethal injection?
probably lethal injection. That's the only way I can think of. I know they in a hospital they use high doses of morphine to
Yeah, but that's when they're all hooked up to everything. Right.
dull to ease the pain, and then they give a lethal injection after the morphine, and it stops the heart and respiration. No,
My grandfather, he got hit by a car. He was in a car accident, and he was in a coma for like over a year, and he wasn't responding. And I think eventually they decided to give up. I don't know. Is that considered euthanasia?
well, it's funny you brought that up, Ronnie. I watched a video this past week where the doctor was saying that there's no such thing as brain dead.
Yeah.
They'll say it's brain dead,
Yeah.
but it's not. It's not like, in other words, the brain. They'll say the brain cells are inoperative. It's burnt out. The person cannot regain consciousness because they are brain dead. But what the doctor was saying is, just like that video before, there is illegal, unauthorized organ harvesting for the black market.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about just a hospital, a regular, or even a rehab center. You know, if they're hooked up to everything, but they're just not responding.
They're yeah.
So they say they pull the plug, right? That's what
I'm
it's
not
called.
talking about a coma. I'm talking about where the doctor says, "Look, I'm sorry, there's no hope. This person is being kept alive by machines,
Yeah.
and there's no chance of the person waking up." And that's what happened to my mother.
Okay.
And they said, you make a decision. You can have her hooked up to these machines for the rest of her
So
existence.
it's like these machines are so advanced now that they can keep the body alive, but
Yeah,
there's nothing there though.
yeah, like she was on a machine that did the breathing for her,
Yeah.
the breathing for her. Thus, her heartbeat.
So really, it's kind of it's crazy because like
Yeah,
there's so much technology that like the body can technically be alive, but then that leaves the family with like this really difficult choice.
yeah. Well,
You know?
it was me, my sister, my brother. My sister says, "Mom would not want to live this way.
Yeah. Of
If
course. Yeah.
mom was conscious and she saw herself in that
Yeah.
situation, she wouldn't want this. I mean, like a vegetable.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, she wouldn't want that." And I said, "Well, as much as we don't want to lose her, we also have to think of her
Yep. Yeah.
and not think of us, because then it
Yeah. And that goes back to the funeral thing and what we were talking about. Is it's not about you. It's about the person that died. It's not about your feelings. It's about what's happening to them, to their soul.
so you can't make it selfish. You have to think of
But people are very selfish.
Yeah.
People are very, very selfish.
Now, concerned citizen. I'm glad. I'm not glad he asked this, but it's appropriate because we're almost there. What about
I love the 4th of July. I would say it's one of my favorite holidays.
now?
Just because it's summertime, you got fire. I mean, who doesn't like that, man?
I mean,
Fireworks, barbecue,
I think the fireworks and the barbecue and the ice cold craft beer and the lemonade. I think it's all
and it's summertime. And if you're a lover of the summertime, which I am,
in summer.
it's the perfect holiday, man.
Well, as far as I know what he means. It's supposed to be Independence Day from Great Britain, from the King of England.
United Kingdom, right?
From the United Kingdom. The crown, the British crown, is supposed to be independence of the Continental Army, the colonists. Now, which is great. But what about our independence today? I don't see.
Yeah, I mean, you can get into all that stuff, but it's a fun time. There's no reason to put a damper on the fun, right?
All right. It's Ted Williams. Yeah, Ted Williams is cryogenically.
Ted Williams.
He's.
What about Walt Disney? It's the same thing, right?
Oh, fuck him. He's Ted
Really
Williams.
though, right?
I hate Disney. I hate Mickey Mouse.
His body is frozen, right?
Something like that. But Ted Williams was a legendary baseball player for the Red Sox. He really was. Like I think he retired with a very high batting average. But unfortunately, he was a Air Force pilot during World War II. He should never went because it kind of put a damper on his baseball career.
Everybody went to World War II.
but I mean, come on, his record. What's important is his baseball record, not fighting for friggin' U.S.
I
Military.
agree. I agree.
But Ted Williams, he liked fly fishing. I know that was his hobby, and he's cryogenically preserved until they find a cure for his illness, which
What is it? His illness?
well, he was pretty old, so maybe he had dementia.
Old age?
No, he started showing signs of dementia. So
Well, that's not how he died, though.
no, he didn't. He didn't die yet. He's
What do you
cryo.
mean?
He's
Is he still alive?
Yeah, he's cryogenically. You remember the Batman movie when Arnold Schwarzenegger played Mr. Freeze, and he kept visiting his wife, this pretty blonde girl who was frozen in a.
Arnold Schwarzenegger played Mr. Freeze?
Yeah, he was a great Mr. Freeze. It was Otto Preminger was
Which Batman was that?
one of the Batmans. Mr. Freeze was an arch villain. So
Yeah.
his wife was kept alive cryogenically until they found the cure, with modern technology, modern medical science. So that's what happened. And
I know that's the story of Mr. Freeze. Yeah. But I didn't know Arnold Schwarzenegger played Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, he played a great Mr. Freeze. Too.
What year did that movie come out?
I should look it up. Let me look it up here.
The one that I'm thinking of is from like the 90s. That Batman series at that time.
All right, I'll find out.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, though, I can't picture him as Mr. Freeze.
Well, he's got a German accent, and Otto Preminger had a German accent.
Oh, Mr. Freeze was like a skinny guy. He wasn't, big and muscular.
No. The original Mr. Freeze was not skinny. Otto Preminger is a famous producer back in the day. Anyway, when Arnold Schwarzenegger played Mr. Freeze, which Batman movie was that? Arnold Schwarzenegger portrayed Mr. Freeze in the 1997 Batman movie.
Oh shit! Wow, that's the one I'm familiar with.
Spanish, damn it, called Batman and Robin.
Yeah,
he
Batman
played
and Robin.
The villain Dr. Victor Fries, a scientist driven to extreme measures by his need to save his wife.
I can't remember that being Arnold Schwarzenegger, but I guess it is.
Okay, this is when George Clooney played Batman, and Chris O'Donnell played Robin.
That's the movie that I know about.
1997.
I was a kid when that came out. That's why that's what I remember. But
1997.
I just can't picture that was actually Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, you were a whippersnapper in 1997.
Yeah, was a young whippersnapper. Yeah.
How about that? I could picture you with like footsie pajamas.
I had all those Batman and Robin toys from the 90s.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was a big Batman fan. Big. Because the movies kept coming out one after the other in the 90s.
I know. Yeah, and that's when Christopher Reeves was still alive, right? Superman.
He was but he wasn't a part of the movies though.
No. But was he paralyzed at that time, or
I think so. But there was Batman Returns was the first one. That was like the first big movie, and then I think that was the one with Penguin.
Oh, Danny DeVito as the Penguin.
Yes, Danny DeVito as Penguin. Right.
But what's his name again? Michael Keaton played a lousy. He's a pipsqueak. You ever see?
No, you're right. Yeah,
I mean,
but the movie was good though. The movie was
Batman is supposed to be look like a superhero, a big guy.
The movie was good though.
Adam West was a big guy. He
wasn't that big. Adam West wasn't that big.
I know they partook in a lot of groupies. That's for sure. I was reading the story about him and.
Well, it was the '60s, right?
Him and Burt. Yeah, he was quite a horn dog. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I'm sure he was.
Women bring nothing to the table nowadays, and still.
Now, I just want to say.
Wait, hold on. Says a woman. Hey.
All right, listen.
Women bring nothing to the
Listen.
table, says a woman.
I want to give you a heads up. Lately, on TikTok, there's a lot of girls, a lot of young females doing videos talking about how the feminists
Yeah, I've noticed that.
have ruined
hmm
dating and relationships today.
I think I probably sent you a couple of things, right?
Right, and it's the reason why men have decided not to bother it
Right.
because
Yeah.
they just don't want to hear
It's very popular topic these days.
it. It is. They're just exhausted. They don't want. They're burnt out. They don't want to deal with it anymore. All right, let's see.
Women bring nothing to the table nowadays and still expect to be treated like a queen and like a princess and like she deserves the world and the man is just supposed to be there and provide everything for her. Wake up. If you really believe that you deserve all of this, you need to provide more than just your body and your looks and the fakeness that you have going on around there. You need to actually start providing value for that man, especially if you want to get a good man. You are never going to find a good man to take care of you if you provide nothing but your arrogance, your ego, and your looks, because that is not enough anymore for men nowadays.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of videos like this. In the summertime when the weather is fine. That's a good old song about you got women on your mind. No, not this again. I hate this platform. Oh God, I hate it because I can't control the video. Zuckerberg. I might as well bring it up. Okay. All right. I'll wait till he gets back. Meanwhile, I'll see if there's any messages. In the summertime when the weather is fine. Remember that song? You got women on your mind. We're gonna go out and see what we can find. Remember that? If your daddy's rich. Remember that old song? Nah, you're too young. I'm just leaving messages with my friends. Hello. It's only me. I'm waiting for one of my co-hosts to get back from the bathroom. Just thought I'd say hello. I'm on my live stream show now. I'm doing a live stream show. Yep, I'm still doing a live stream show. I'm waiting for my co-host to return from the bathroom. He probably went to go pee-pee or poopy or maybe both. So I thought I sent a message. Where the hell is it? What's that talking? What's that yapping I hear? Time to play my metallic kazoo. In the summertime. Let me see. Should I play a marching song? Stars and Stripes Forever? In honor of concerned citizen? That's the best Stars and Stripes forever I've ever played. Good old metallic kazoo. Oh, where the hell is he? You know what? I ain't gonna wait for him. Well, why am I waiting for him? Let me just continue. The show must go on. You know? Gotta be kidding me, man.
Countries are being attacked by corrupt, authoritarian dictators. Ukraine for over 12 years, America for 135 days. Ukraine by bombs and tanks, America by executive orders. In Ukraine, the politicians are fearless. In America, they're pathetically fearful. Ukrainians have suffered death, over 40,000 killed or wounded, displacement, over 11 million forced from their homes, and destruction with 2.5 million homes destroyed or damaged. Yet they still soldier on. Americans got apoplectic over the price of eggs, and 90 million Americans decided not to vote. Ukrainians understand what it's like to live under authoritarian rule, so they sacrifice everything to avoid it again. Americans are only beginning to understand dictatorship, but hopefully will act before it's too late. Do you agree?
Yes. Yes, I agree.
Sorry, I missed the video.
Oh,
I went to check on the show.
Ukrainians, well, I still say winning by Money in the Bank is cheating. Like the Fatal 4-Way.
So I'm gonna ask you, or I'll talk, but I won't give you any spoilers of the show.
No. I'm really annoyed that Dominic,
Yeah, that's only one thing.
I bet it was him. No, I'm not annoyed at you anymore. I'm annoyed that Dominic probably won by outside interference.
No, he actually didn't. He didn't.
Well, he didn't. He didn't legitimately pin Penta. I don't believe that.
No, he didn't fight Penta.
He didn't fight
He
Penta.
fought Octagon Jr.
And he actually legitimately won against Octagon Jr.
Yeah, he did.
Octagon Jr. is like.
And Liv Morgan was there, but she didn't do anything.
And so none of the Judgment Day interfered.
No.
Oh, how about that?
No, he won. And it was a pretty quick match too.
It is. Oh.
But so John Cena is he's a bad guy, right?
Yeah, he's a heel now.
But he had cancer, John Cena. What? I thought my wife was telling me that John Cena had cancer.
I'm not aware of him having
If you see him, he's very pale. He doesn't look like a normal John Cena usually.
John Cena used to have a rosy.
He used to have the tan, the Hulk Hogan tan. Right?
No, he wasn't that dark. Don't forget, Hulk Hogan is half Panamanian and half Italian. There's a reason why he tanned so good. But no, John Cena had like a rosy, healthy.
He looks like a ghost.
Yeah, right. He looks like he's anemic.
And my wife said she saw that he had cancer. You know who has cancer too? I have another breaking news. Ric Flair. Ric Flair has cancer now.
Really? Oh shit. He had heart trouble.
Yeah, that's concerning.
Ric Flair lived life.
He did, yeah. It's amazing that he's still, alive and doing well at his age.
They said that one of the biggest mistakes was when they brought Roddy Piper into the NWA to pair them up, and they were hanging out together.
Roddy Piper was a bad influence for a lot of people, from what I've heard.
Well, yeah, he was a big substance,
a big partier.
Substance abuser, yeah, and so was the Iron Sheik. He was no angel either. And
Doink the Clown from WWE or WWF. Matt Bourne. He before he was in the WWF back in the 80s, he was in like one of the territories with Roddy Piper.
Yeah.
I think in the Pacific, and Roddy Piper kind of influenced him to get into a lot of drugs and shit, and that's like he was a very bad influence on him.
Yeah, Doink the Clown. It must have been Portland.
I think it was Portland, yeah.
Because that was a very popular territory. That's where Roddy Piper met his wife. She was a waitress in like a diner or something in the Portland territory, and that's how they met.
Hmm.
And that's why he married her and bought a farm and raised his family there. But Portland, a lot of stars came out of Portland.
Well, that's where Doink the Clown came from.
Well, Jesse Ventura was there.
Jesse Ventura was in Portland?
Was in,
I didn't know that.
the younger, the beginnings of Jesse. There was Stan Stasiak. There was a lot. Moondog Maine. There was a lot of. But don't forget Billy Jack Haynes. You know.
So the guy Moondog Maine, Doink Matt Bourne he worked in the same territory right there with him.
Yeah.
And the story was that he looked up to that guy Mad Dog Maine a lot too, and they said that he used to like take a glass, and he would chew the glass and eat it and swallow the glasses. Mad Dog Maine would do that.
I saw Moondog Maine. Moondog Maine was like a big star of the Portland territory. Moondog Maine. I must have been in high school. Moondog or 8th grade. Well, I first started watching wrestling in 7th grade. So Lou Albano, Moondog, there was a time when Moondog Maine was brought to the WWF.
Yeah.
And at that time, Pedro Morales was the world champion. So Lou Albano was the manager of Moondog Maine. Moondog Maine would like bring a bowl loaded with goldfish, and you'd be eating live goldfish
Wow.
and you know.
But that's not as crazy as eating like a glass like this. He would take a glass.
Yeah.
And he would actually chew on it and swallow it.
Oh God, Jesus. Well, you know, the worst. You've heard of ribbing, right?
Yeah.
All right. The worst rib that I ever heard in my life, and I think it's downright evil, is what happened was Mr. Fuji was known to be a very cruel ribber. And when Mr. Fuji was with Professor Toro Tanaka, and they had the world titles managed by the Grand Wizard, what happened was they were in a territory in Hawaii, out in the South Pacific. I think it was Hawaii territory. And what happened was Toro Tanaka was going behind Fuji's back, talking shit about Fuji to make sure that they favored Toro Tanaka, or maybe he wanted more money than Fuji or something. Anyway, it got back to Fuji. And being that Fuji was a really bad ribber, like one time he actually pinned Freddie Blassie's underwear to the hotel room ceiling, and Freddie Blassie was freaking out. He couldn't find his underwear. Anyway, he said
his only pair of underwear.
No, all of it.
All of them.
It was all pinned to the ceiling, and he was like pissed off. So what happened was, this is bad. After Toro Tanaka, after news got back to Fuji, Fuji invited Tanaka and his family over his house for dinner. And they ate, and when they finished dinner, Fuji says to him, do you enjoy the food? They go, oh yeah, we loved it. It was so tasty. Yeah, he says, do you want to know what you just had?
Mm-hmm.
And he says, I don't know, what did we have? Fuji comes out with a platter and a dome cover, and under the dome cover was the head of Tanaka's dog.
Wow.
Would you say that's pretty evil?
Well, that's like when the Big Boss Man met Al Snow in a hotel,
Yeah.
and he invited him to have something to eat, and Al Snow was eating the whatever Big Boss Man cooked, and then Big Boss Man told him, that what he was eating was his dog, was Al Snow's dog. His his name was Pepper, Pepper the dog,
So he killed Pepper and
and
he
he fed it to Al Snow.
fed it to Al Snow.
Now this was in storyline, right?
No, no. Well, this actually happened with
So
Fuji.
maybe they got the idea for that storyline from real life story.
I think so. That's
But are you familiar with what I'm talking about when that happened?
no, no. And oh, do you know? After that, Tanaka left the territory and never spoke to Fuji again.
Well, you shouldn't. I mean, that's fucked up.
He killed his pet, his dog. Killed his dog,
That's fucking horrible.
and brought the family, and the family saw it. The head of the dog.
No, that's fucked up.
I was like, I was mortified reading this
Big
story.
Boss Man didn't go that far because he didn't show the head. He just told him like you're eating the dog.
But was that was storyline?
Yeah, it was part of the story, man.
Oh my god! But then Moondog Maine really got back at Fuji. He Fuji after an event was so drunk he didn't remember anything. So Moondog Maine said to a couple other famous wrestlers, "Just watch what I do." In front of the hotel, there was this big pond with a fountain and a lot of ducks or swans, ducks, whatever. So Moondog Maine took the very intoxicated Fuji and put him on a raft that you would lay on in the pool, and put him, push it, the raft, the inflatable, all the way out to the middle of the pond, and left them there. And took his clothes off. I'm sorry. First removed Fuji's clothes, then put him on the inflatable raft and pushed him out.
Who did this?
Moondog Maine
Oh,
pushed Fuji, the naked Fuji, on the raft out in front of the hotel, middle of the pond. This was like at night, so left him there. He was sleeping on the raft, and then the next morning, everybody saw this naked Japanese guy laying on the raft.
so he could have fell over and drowned though, right?
Yeah, he was that drunk. So the cops came and everything, and of course he was arrested, indecent exposure, so on and so forth. So that was another story. But these guys are hard. These guys are you gotta be nice to these.
Well, they don't do that anymore, right? They're all very PC now.
They're very that was the territory days. They're very it's more professional,
Very, very corporate.
very corporate, very professional. They don't want to get sued, and
So you think like Vince McMahon, he saw the dark days of the territories in the 70s,
yeah.
and then he even in the 80s, there was a lot of crazy shit going on. Even in the 90s, right?
Well, in the 80s,
And then Vince McMahon kept cleaning up the WWE little by little.
well, Vince was probably
But he was doing his own things on the side.
he was the last of the dark days. The dynasty of Vince Jr. was like the last of the dark days. I mean, really dark days, because it's really was always a sleazy, underhanded business, but
Kind of makes you wonder what attracts you to it, right?
well, Gorilla Monsoon told Bobby Heenan. Bobby Heenan says you don't choose pro wrestling; it chooses you. And
Well, as a fan, though, yeah.
yeah, so Gorilla said, with all the traveling and the injuries and
Yeah, so much shit. All the drugs.
and getting drugs and getting stiff from money, but
Yeah.
the bookers.
Pretty disgusting business, honestly.
The only thing that keeps people involved is their love for pro wrestling.
Yeah.
That's the only reason.
Well, that's what he says, but it could be you're just you're fucked up.
Well, now it's different. Now,
Well, but I mean, back in the day. Now it's just bullshit.
they sign a lucrative contract. I mean,
It's not as lucrative as an MLB contract, obviously, but
no, but it's a
and
brutal.
they don't get health insurance, I don't think, and
No,
they don't
they
get
got
any of that
to
stuff.
pocket for every freaking thing. The transportation, the
So
rent.
compare it to other
Yeah,
quote unquote sports. It's still not a good deal.
the rent the cars, the
Yeah, yeah.
hotels.
But I guess it's way better than it used to be.
I think if they get hurt, they got to supply their own health insurance. But
Well,
the con-
that's why they all became drug addicts because they would take a lot of painkillers.
that's very true. They got addicted to painkillers.
Look at Kurt Angle. That happened to him.
Yeah, oxytocin, whatever, oxycontinons,
He would take like 20 a day or some fucking crazy shit.
opioids. Yeah, they had to deal with pain every day, and I mean
And
now.
then they would be in pain all the time. They would take these pills, and then they would drink after the match.
Well, the schedules are brutal. Even
It is really brutal. I mean,
they don't
it wasn't brutal in the territory days.
no,
because-
they got a break. They got breaks. They got weeks off.
But then once Vince took over, they were traveling the country, and then they started traveling the world.
Well, during the territories, let's say you were a wrestling star. Okay, you would hop from territory to territory and have your run with the territory until they said, well, you had your run, you were in the main event against the world champion, but so your run is finished. Then you would go to next territory. But what you would do is they would carpool it to the arenas.
Yeah.
And they
And
would
that's where they have all the stories from is the carpooling days.
Yeah, the carpooling, the cheap.
They would stop at the dive bars, and they would buy. Or Ric Flair would go to the dive bars. He would buy everybody around, and like he'd get all the girls and shit.
Yeah, they would go to dive bars. They would sleep in cheap hotels and motels.
But they were superstars, They looked like superstars.
Yeah, they would. They would.
Ric Flair would go to a dive bar, wearing a Rolex in a $2,000 suit.
But because Ric Flair had to maintain the gimmick.
But he was good at it, and
he had to be high styling and profiling.
Yeah.
And
he said he would buy everybody a round, and then he would buy him another round, and then he would buy him another. He wouldn't stop.
That's true, and yeah, like who's good at not breaking character? Randy Savage. He refused to break character.
But you know what? It's the thing. So Ric Flair, like, he actually had a character that he didn't break.
Yeah.
From what I understand, Randy Savage, that was his real personality. He actually was that fucked up of a guy.
Well, a lot of the Macho Man Randy Savage character was Randy Savage.
It was actually his real personality.
Yeah, and he
was very protective of Elizabeth in real life.
You gotta understand something. To bring your wife into that business, the guys don't give a shit. They'll hit on anything.
Yeah, but he did it. He brought her in.
He brought her in, and that was a big mistake because
and they say he used to hit her. He used to get pissed off and hit her.
Well, because the guys will be talking,
and then that became a storyline.
The guys will be talking to her, and she don't want to be rude.
Hulk Hogan was trying to hook up with her, right?
Well, Hogan never admitted that he tried to hook up with her, but he knows that.
Well, in the storyline, he was, though. That's how the Mega Powers exploded.
Yeah, that's true. And also Randy, not Randy, what the hell's his name? George the Animal Steel. He even got jealous of him. Randy Savage.
In the storyline, what was that in real life too?
No. George Steele says it was in the storyline, but Randy used to freak out on everybody.
Yeah, that's what I understand. That actually wasn't his character. He really was like that.
anybody who like was
And,
friendly.
and he did massive amounts of coke, which I guess like all of them did back then.
Yeah, well, especially the 80s.
Yeah.
When they got
So,
Elizabeth, didn't want to be rude, and
do you think Elizabeth was doing coke too?
well, she was when she was with when
She
she
was
got
with Macho Man
Lex Luger.
and Hogan in the
Well,
80s.
I don't know. I'm sure she did. You know,
That when she died, yeah, she was with Lex Luger. That was a weird situation, yeah.
they found her dead, and there was a lot of drugs in his
But
place.
that wasn't coke. I think that was like downers and shit like that. I guess that was in like 2003, so
Well,
it
you know,
was different kind of drugs at that time.
when he met her in Kentucky, because his father had a territory in that area.
Now, Macho Man is actually from Sarasota, Florida, right?
Yes, but I'm just
He was
saying.
a baseball star down here.
Yes, he was. He was with the he was a farm in the farm league of the Cincinnati Reds,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, he was in triple, double A or triple A.
So he was he was a Florida guy. Hogan is a Florida guy.
But the Angelo Poffo, his father, had the territory, and he helped run it. He was in the Kentucky area. But
So why did he have the territory in Kentucky if he was from Florida?
He was probably available. He was probably
Because Dusty Rhodes ran the Florida territory, right?
yeah. He
But
ran.
he couldn't do it down here.
Him and Eddie Graham ran the Tampa Armory NWA Florida, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
what I'm saying is that Elizabeth was just a nice, innocent girl from Kentucky.
yeah.
You know, he met her there.
So Randy went up there, and then he met Elizabeth there in Kentucky.
Yeah, yeah. But
Okay, okay.
she was a nice, person.
Very classy. That's how she was portrayed in wrestling as
She was a normal. She was
classy woman.
a normal girl. She didn't do drugs. She had no bad habits, and
Yeah, her getting into wrestling was her downfall.
it corrupted her. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. All right.
It killed her eventually.
And it killed her eventually. You're right. And I was shocked that his brother Lanny Poffo died because he looked so healthy doing those interviews.
Oh, Lanny Poffo died? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, they're all dead now.
Yeah, but I watched his interviews, and he was talking like us, like.
You never know. They say you don't know the time nor the place. So
Yeah, they also say that about the second coming of Christ. Not even
well, that's true too.
not even the angels know the time.
I mean, I'm talking to you here right now, and I might not be here next week.
But we don't see I'm watching the guy give great information. Like the Honky Tonk Man, he's very informative. If you ever watch his videos,
He is now, yeah.
yeah, he tells a lot of great stories. And Dutch Mantel tells great stories.
He does. Yeah. Does Dutch Mantel still do the show with that guy, the
No.
British guy? They don't do it anymore.
No, and the British guy was doing it with Don Morocco, but the problem is the time difference between Hawaii and England. It was rough, and
He did it with Don Morocco after Dutch Mantel.
no before, but Don Morocco had problems with his. You could tell there was something was
The
not
Dutch
right.
Mantel didn't have any problems. That was a very engaging
Yes.
show that those two guys had together.
Now,
Why I'm surprised it didn't last. What
Now-
happened?
what's his name? Eric Bischoff does a show with this other guy, this heavy set Southern guy.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I know which one you're talking
I'm not
about.
too crazy about it, but
I liked the one with Dutch Mantel in the British guy better actually.
and Jim Cornette is always pissed off.
Yeah.
Like he's
Kind of living his gimmick still.
got an axe to grind. Yeah, he continues with his gimmick, but
Yeah.
but
He's a little silly about it.
my favorite is between Dutch Mantel and Honky Tonk Man, and like I said,
But they didn't have a show together, right?
no, the Lanny Poffo
Yeah.
was very informative. But I'm
So
just
what happened to Dutch Mantel and the British guy? They canceled that show.
Just stopped doing it. You remember Dutch Mantel was a manager of
Yeah,
the
in
guy,
the WWE.
the tall blonde guy that went to AEW.
Yeah, he had like a racist gimmick, right?
Yeah,
Or
he was Coulter, something.
yeah, Zeb Coulter.
Zeb
Yep.
Coulter and
And he had the Real Americans
the real
tag team.
American, the guy. He was a collegiate wrestler from
Mhm.
Oklahoma, and then he
That
went.
guy eventually went to AEW,
Yes, he went to AEW, and
and then so did Cesaro was the tag partner of him, and
yes,
he went to AEW too, right?
that is true. Yes, Cesaro. Yeah.
And
Uh,
it was funny because he was actually like an Italian immigrant, and then they called him a Real American.
the Italian immigrant that says he's from Switzerland,
Yeah, something like that, right? Yeah.
but that's what he says. He's from Switzerland. He might not be.
But then he was part of the Real American tag team with that. He was like with the All American guy.
But I'm telling you,
It was pretty
you listen to those interviews
entertaining.
between Dutch Mantel and Honky Tonk. Man, they tell some great stories. They really, I mean, they're funny.
I noticed that Triple H is still hanging on. He's what's the name of the company that owns WWE?
KO.
Yeah, so they're not firing him.
I heard he's things are not going well with him being head of creative.
I heard that like a year ago though, and he's still there.
He's still there though.
I heard he was on the chopping block because he was too close to the McMahon family.
Well, yeah, he married into it.
But he's still there. It says at the end of each show, producer Paul Levesque.
Well, don't forget, Paul Levesque is really a wrestler. And I mean, to take a wrestler and to stick them in an executive position, it's a gamble.
But he's making it though. That's what I'm saying. Is that like they got the McMahons out, and he is married into the family.
Yeah. But I heard they're losing money. They canceled the WrestleMania for New Orleans.
I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore.
They
They bought
moved it back to Vegas again.
WWE bought that Mexican promotion AAA. That's why they had this show today.
It was fantastic
because they bought that promotion. That was a big promotion in Mexico. So they have some money if they were able to buy that.
Did you notice there was no outside interference there?
No, it was actually a really very good show.
It
was a very good show. It was
pure talent. It was
yeah.
There was there were wins and losses. There was no cheat. There was no outside interference.
Did you like Conan on commentary? Yeah. He was very, very calm. He wasn't yelling. But
he always had that personality.
Corey Graves is he would always yell and do all this bullshit.
Yeah,
so he was bringing Corey Graves down to earth. He wasn't putting up with the yelling and everything.
Well, the other guy, the punter for the Indiana Colts, he's annoying.
Oh, that guy, yeah. They all do it though. That's like the WWE style. Is you got to be yelling and even Michael Cole does it.
And he gets up on the table and he's
yeah. That guy has a show on ESPN. That's why they brought him in.
Stephanie's got her show on ESPN, I think.
Stephanie?
When Stephanie's been interviewing wrestlers.
Stephanie McMahon?
On a talk show, her own talk show. She's been interviewing wrestlers, yeah.
She can't let go. Stephanie McMahon is going to stay, like, even if she's not involved in the company, she's going to stay involved. Shane McMahon, he can walk away.
Who knows? But but Stephanie's doing.
Shane McMahon can walk away, right?
He's doing really good with her show.
What show does she have?
She'll take all the popular wrestlers one at a time, and she'll just do an interview.
She has a podcast kind of show.
Yeah, where they talk about their childhood and how they got in, and
what the fuck?
How they got into the business. I think it's on ESPN.
It's not related with WWE, right?
No, she does
because
it on her own.
she's not with WWE
No,
anymore,
she
right?
does this on her through I think ESPN. Um,
Okay. So
uh,
then it's kind of it's still gonna be kind of corporate then.
oh, the other guy's what, McCaffrey, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's she. No, she's not. It, I highly doubt if she's an employee of the WWE. To be honest with you, I think it's just by marriage. She married to Triple H. That's it.
But it's crazy that like Triple H married her, you
I
know,
I
and
heard
that's how he got into like his role,
I
and
heard
now he's the last man standing.
I heard. No pun intended. I heard the main office in Stamford, Connecticut's not there anymore.
Yeah.
The main
It's
office.
probably not because where's the main office of TKO?
That's probably where it is. Wherever that may be. All right. Let me Bernie. I'm proud of him.
What's Bernie doing?
He's finally he's finally exposing the
Is he getting
Democrat.
his balls up or what?
Yeah, his balls are growing. He's finally exposing the Democrat Party.
Maybe AOC is helping him out.
He's finally exposing the Democrat Party.
All right.
He's coming clean.
Good.
I think I don't have to explain to anybody that there is mass dissatisfaction in this country with the current political situation. The Republican Party, over the years, and especially under Trump, has become a right-wing extremist party, an authoritarian party of the oligarchs, a party which, as we are seeing right now, believes in tax breaks for the rich and cuts in programs that working class families need. That's the Republican Party. The Democratic Party has, over the years, become a party of the status quo, a party like the Republicans, significantly controlled by big money,
Yeah.
a party which is also top down. Certainly nobody can make the claim that the Democrats are a grassroots party encouraging young people, working class people, people of color to be involved in the political process. Nobody can make that claim because it just is not true. So what we are trying to do is build a strong, progressive grassroots movement all over this country. And I have to tell you that over the years, we have had some real success, not widely talked about, but in the House of Representatives now, there are dozens of strong progressives, often young, often women, often people of color, who came from the grassroots movement. And that is a real success story for the progressive movement in this country. But we have a long, long way to go. People increasingly do not believe in the Democratic Party. They don't believe in the Republican Party. So what we have got to do is rejuvenate American democracy, get people involved. And that means, as we're doing right now, we are encouraging people to run for office, get involved in political campaigns, get involved in other ways, build community, form a labor union, get involved in student organizations, fight for the environment, fight for workers' rights, etc. But we need, in this unprecedented moment in American history, an unprecedented response.
Yeah, well, he's sharp as a tack. Well, I'm glad he's coming clean.
Well, you remember they used to say Joe Biden was sharp as a tack. Remember that?
Yeah, well, he's not that way anymore.
It was sharp as a tack. That was their line.
Yeah, but he's sharp as a tack. But he also embraced corporatism with the Democrat Party.
Remember that black press secretary, that lesbian girl?
Oh God.
She would say he's sharp as a tack, sharp as a tack. And you know what she's doing now, right?
She's a dog catcher.
She put out a book where she's talking about her time in the White House.
Yeah.
She's not a Democrat anymore. She became an independent. She's talking shit about the Democrat Party, and she's talking shit about the Biden White House. And she wrote a book about it.
Really?
You didn't hear that? She's a total fucking like fraud. It's insane. I mean, who's gonna buy this book? I just don't understand. The whole time she was up there, she was like, "Oh, he's sharp as a tack." The guy looks, he's running laps around the White House and shit. She was lying,
Her books are going to be a dust collector.
and now she left the Democrat Party, and she's talking shit about the Democrats. It's really a mess, man.
Sounds like the pro wrestling business. Everybody talks about each other.
It is, yeah. I think there's at least 3 books, maybe 4, about Joe Biden coming out now.
Joe Biden, since he was a young Joe Biden, senator from Delaware, or I don't know if he was ever a congressman, but Joe Biden was no angel, believe me. He was in bed with the corporate fat cats, and I never said I never said I liked them.
I honestly, I really feel like he was taken advantage of, though. While he was president, he wasn't even treated as a human being
No,
by whoever was there telling him what to do.
he was too meek.
He was too feeble. He was too old.
Meek and mild and feeble and old.
I mean, think about your grandfather or whatever, like.
Yeah, but my grandfather, he had a lot of vinegar and vitality in him.
But not all of them do, though. He was falling down. It's very sad, man. It's very sad.
Joe Biden physically should not have run.
Physically and emotionally.
In all ways, he should not have run for president the first time.
Or the second time.
He picked Kamala Harris to get the black vote. I know he did that. And to get the feminist vote too. She's not qualified.
It's just terrible. And honestly, they destroyed the Democrat Party.
You know what? They're so corrupt, the both establishment parties. The oligarchs.
They are, but the Democrats are worse.
The oligarchs own them. They own them.
So the oligarchs own the Democrats.
And they own the
Trump owns the Republicans.
They own the media, the mainstream media.
Yeah.
So you know what? This is why. I hate to say it.
What is this woman saying though? Why do we have this up here?
Elon, because they won't. There's no button to stop it. So let me play it. That's why I keep on jumping to the beginning, because they won't.
All right, play it.
It's a Zuckerberg. It's a hook nose thing.
Of mamas and babies. This is an emergency. A new independent, nonpartisan report just came out that shows Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill is even worse than we thought. It is now estimated to rip away health care from 16 million Americans. The bill will also add $2.4 trillion to our national debt to fund giant tax handouts for billionaires. Elon Musk called the bill a disgusting abomination yesterday, and you know what? He's spot on. What today's independent analysis really does is expose the Republican lies, because here's the truth. The bill will rip healthcare away from millions of mamas and babies. Also, that Jeff Bezos can buy a third yacht. Also, that Mark Zuckerberg can buy another Hawaiian island. It is a gut punch to regular people, just so that billionaires can get even richer. That's just not right, and I will keep doing everything in my power to stop it.
Yeah, Zuckerberg needs another Hawaiian island for his nose because it keeps on growing. The big beautiful bill. The big beautiful bill. Oh my God. I don't know what to say. The big beautiful bill. Oh, the big beautiful. Oh, this guy's good. He's actually a CEO, this guy. And you know what? He sounds really damn good. Oh, I'm talking to myself. I didn't even know he left for the bathroom. I'm talking to myself. Well, not really. I'm talking to the viewers. Jeez.
Get this. As you may know, the big bullshit bill is 1,116 pages. It was finalized late in the evening on May 21st, and just about 11 hours later, House representatives had to vote on it at 6:30 a.m. Now, the average person can read 1,116 pages in about 20 hours during the daytime, and we know some representatives aren't rocket scientists. So it's obvious that Mike Johnson, Donald Trump, and Republican leadership knew their big bullshit bill was so barbaric that they didn't even want their repulsive, repugnant Republicans to be able to digest all of the ugliness in their beautiful, bullshit bill. Do you agree?
I agree with you, sir. My birthday is August 1st.
Hey James, I have a craft beer here. I'll show you.
Hold on.
Oh, it's good right there. You
Give
can see
you
it.
the bird's eye.
No, it's fine like this.
Bird's
There,
eye.
there you see it right there.
Jack's
Abbey
craft lagers.
House Lager.
Well, then it's got to be craft because it says craft lager.
All right.
House lager.
So it's from Massachusetts.
Oh, so it's.
And I looked it up on YouTube and I saw Eric actually did a review about it.
Really?
A few months ago.
I like it.
Yeah, he said he liked it.
Craft lager, huh?
So if Eric likes it, it's got to be good, right?
Well, the lager is cool temperature or cold temperature ferment and bottom fermenting.
Now, for me to be able to get a Massachusetts beer down here in Florida, that's pretty good distribution.
Because New England IPAs are great, but that's a lager.
Yeah, this is a lager. All right.
Well, I like the Brooklyn Brewery lager. Looks good. You can tell it's craft because it's got a nice dark amber color to it, and it's not too
Maybe
hot.
Eric will join tonight. Did you send him the link? Remember he joined last week?
He ran away because
Paul was yelling.
Paul was yelling. He wouldn't stop.
Yeah, well, send him the link. He doesn't like when Paul yells. So that's understandable.
Hold on.
Paul is very overbearing. I like Paul.
I like him, but when he
But
gets
he's
wound- when he
just
gets
too-
wound up, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to bed already? It's Saturday night. Saturday night fever.
Who said that? Eric?
No, somebody's telling me they're going to bed now. All right. Have a good night's sleep. Yeah.
I was just watching the pay-per-view, and they were mentioning in the pre-show Wade Barrett. He was wearing a suit outside in LA.
Yeah.
And he was complaining that it's too hot, it's too hot. So he took off his jacket, he took off his tie, because he was saying it's too hot, right? So that was during the pre-show. And now this is the after show, the post-show. And the guys are mentioning it's a little chilly out there in LA.
Really?
Yeah, so it goes to show you like the difference of LA compared to Florida, because it's just hot all the time here.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I've been.
I guess there it depends whether the sun is up or the sun is down.
I've been to LA and San Diego
I've never been to LA.
and of course Baja, and it is the main difference is it's a dry heat. It's very brown when you're in the plane looking down. It's very brown. It's desert. It's very sandy, and it's a dry heat. And I never encountered mosquitoes there at all. So, it's different. I mean, Florida's Florida.
It's just hot all the time.
You
It
feel
doesn't matter if the sun is up or the sun is down. Now it's more palatable if the sun is down, but it's still just like that. You feel it. Like if you walk outside from the inside, right?
steam bath.
You feel it hits you. It hits you. Steam bath. I guess you can say a steam bath. Yeah.
It's a steam bath. It's humidity.
It's I love it though, man.
Listen, when I was in the Sonora
I'll
Desert,
I'll I'll take it. I'll take
when I
it.
was hiking in the Sonora Desert in Baja, Mexico, it was over 100 degrees, and I honestly did not feel uncomfortable. It was because it's a dry heat.
Because it's dry heat. Yeah.
Dry heat. It's just
Yeah, I mean it's intense. So I think during the day it's too intense.
it,
Where
it
at nighttime it's a little more here. I'm talking about here. At nighttime you can breathe a little bit better.
it is what it is. It's look at the Gulf Coast. Look at
But
people.
look, I have this. I can
Corp-
go out. I can go outside right now. You can see it.
Look at people
I
in
have this. Look, I have this pool right here.
Corpus Christi.
There's no annoying kids out there right now.
That's
No,
good.
there's nobody yelling. I love going out there at this time.
What's the curfew on your pool?
There's no curfew. Well, supposedly there is. They say there is. It's like dusk or whatever, but no, they don't enforce it.
But you swim at your own risk.
Yeah,
That's all.
you don't like go crazy and shit. That's all.
You go there and
But I can go down there right now and there's nobody there.
I mean there's probably a noise ordinance,
No, there's nothing. No, not really.
but nobody
You know,
causes a problem.
you know what's good is that it's separated away from the apartments, so people are not going to complain about the noise because it's farther enough away that it doesn't really bother people. And that's good. That's good.
Well, what's good about that pool is, a couple can literally go out there in the middle of the night and have sex underwater, and
Yeah, you
nobody would
can.
know it.
Yeah, sure. You can.
And it can, and,
But
and it,
you can also just go and just chill and relax. It's very nice. It's very
I,
very
I,
very nice. I'm
um,
serious. I mean, it's just nighttime is the way to do it. You go out there during the day, you got the sun beating down on you, you got all this noise around you. You got people playing Marco Polo. Oh my god,
that's stupid. I hate that.
that's so
Stupid.
annoying.
It's a retarded game.
So annoying. It's so annoying.
I don't like. Another reason why I don't like kids in the pool is they piss in the pool.
They piss, but adults pee in the pool too. It's not just
That's
kids.
disgusting. That's disgusting.
Everybody pees in the pool.
What my brother has in his in-ground pool? They don't do the chlorine anymore. They do sea salt.
Yeah, it's
That's
salt.
great.
Yeah, this one is salt. Salt too.
It's salt. But salt kills everything.
Yeah.
I mean, in the old days, that was the refrigeration.
Everybody put chlorine, right? In the old days.
Well, when I say old days, I mean like the preservation of food. No, salt. Nothing. No bacteria, fungi, or virus could survive salt.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, it's a great alternative to chlorine, which is toxic.
Yeah. Chlorine's not really that good for you, right?
No, it's not good for you. Well, fluoride is not wonderful either, but they put
they Ron the Sanctimonious
yeah.
just recently passed off a bill banning fluoride in the tap water because supposedly there was like back in the day they made this thing where they said fluoride's good for you, so they were pumping it through the water.
Yeah, it's good for you.
And now so he's saying that like that's like very old fashioned, and we're not going to do that anymore.
Well, it's toxic, and I know fluoride prevents cavities, but you know what?
Yeah, that's what he was saying. That, if you want to do it for your teeth, you do it privately, but we don't have to put it through the public water anymore.
I got a better idea. Don't eat sugar. Don't eat so much sugar, and brush your teeth. That's all. Brush your teeth. All
But Ron DeSanctimony, she comes up with a lot of good things.
all these fat, obese Americans are too lazy to brush their teeth. Now, Ron DeSanctimonious, I didn't even recognize him. He lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, he did. He did.
He trimmed down.
He used to be chubbier, right?
Yeah, a lot chubbier. Maybe he got tired of people making comments, but at least he lost the weight. And
I think Trump used to make comments about him too. He didn't like that.
yeah, Chris Christie, he didn't lose nothing. He gained.
Chris Christie did lose weight from like 10, 15 years ago. He used to be really big.
Oh, he did lose weight.
Remember, he used to be huge. When he was governor, he was really big guy.
Oh.
Chris Christie lost a lot of weight.
Okay, are you ready to get a really great laugh?
Right.
Listen, I'm telling you, listen. Bafangul. Hold on, this fucking thing. The freaking volume is off. Son of a bitch.
A lot of the people need remedial math. Did you see that? Where the students can't add 2 and 2 and they go to Harvard.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen to the President of the United States.
As a linguist, translator, and cryptologist.
Oh, okay. Now there's another one.
Wait, no, leave this one. Leave it. Let's see what they show.
Oh, he's got prostate cancer.
Oh, come on. You can't laugh? Give me a break, James.
No, I don't want to laugh at his prostate.
You're not laughing at that. You're laughing at the other shit.
But there's another one.
What if Trump has cancer?
I don't know. I don't know. I would have compassion for him. I don't want to see anybody sick. Serious illness. This is the one that's.
Ric Flair has cancer.
Yeah. Yeah. Now this is.
That doesn't sound good for Ric Flair.
No. After he had who's that? After his heart trouble, Bianca Belair. Yeah, I know she's married, but she's a very pretty woman.
Yeah, I don't like her. She's black.
Oh, yeah, you don't get no Woody from.
Too dark. I'm not into the dark meat.
You know who I liked? Remember? You don't remember because you're young. Sade. There was a famous singer from the '80s called Sade. Very pretty.
I never heard of her.
She's the one that sang the song "Smooth Operator."
Oh yeah, it's a good song.
Smooth Operator.
I like that song.
Oh, she's really pretty. She's
I
like
don't know. They have a nice shape, but it's just
tan. She got a tan skin. So
that's good. That's good. Yeah.
Is mixed.
I think Bianca Belair is too dark.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. All right. Now you know who's pretty too? Jade Cargill. Jade Cargill.
No, I would disagree with that.
All right.
She's very muscular too.
What do you think of Mercedes Varnado, Mercedes Monet, Sasha Banks?
Wait, who? Sasha Banks?
Yeah, her real name is Mercedes Varnado. Yeah, Sasha Banks.
She's pretty.
Yeah. Well, she's mixed.
Okay, she's related to Snoop Dogg, right?
I think it's a cousin. I think they're cousins.
So she's not 100% black?
No, Varnado sounds.
Well, so it shows. It
sounds Latin to me.
That's why she looks cute.
Okay, this is not a long one, but it's a good one.
Is that Hunter Biden?
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
Jeffrey Epstein. Sure.
What's the favorite thing you have in common, Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
By the way, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body.
Yeah, she's hot.
I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know.
This isn't new though. This has been out.
I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy.
Yeah.
You can do anything.
And the minute I was in there, he shut the door and pushed me up against the wall and bang my head
Bang bang.
on the wall and kissed me. It was so shocking. I was wearing a coat dress and tights, and he pulled down the tights.
You're saying there was actual penetration. That is the definition of rape. One definition.
That's the definition. Yes.
Oh, really? You penetrated
Wait,
her?
wait, hold on. Who's that? Who's that? Leave that. Leave that.
Oh, I don't know.
Come on, James.
You made me come. Oh, this is a good one. Hold on. Let me bring back the screenplay. I mean the
Screen share.
screen share. No, this girl's good. Talking about what we were discussing before. All right, hold on.
Okay.
No, this girl's good.
Disrespecting him and expecting him to give you respect back is just crazy. A man doesn't just become silent and distant overnight. He doesn't just stop communicating overnight. See, you keep talking about how his reactions are over the top, how he shouts at you, or he's toxic, or he's narcissistic, when truthfully he just became distant and started keeping his mouth shut. But you never ask why. You never asked yourself why. You can't go around disrespecting a man in front of his family, his friends, your family, your friends, and then expect him all of a sudden to be absolutely fine with you and communicate and talk to you. Maybe the problem isn't him alone. Maybe it's also you. And maybe the big question to why he's acting the way he is because you had a lack of accountability in anything you did towards him. Disrespecting him and expecting him to give you...
So we kind of touched on this subject before, but why do you think there seems to be a lot of women these days making these types of videos, aiming it at like saying that the feminists were wrong and that, you know, defending men? Like why is that? It seems to be becoming a lot more popular.
Yeah, well, look at all her videos. Look at them all.
Right, but she's not the only one.
It's
Like,
like,
there's quite a few of them, right?
It's
Do you think
No, even
they
on-
are being genuine about what they're saying,
well,
or is
women,
it just like is it just like a trend?
the women that have came forth, other women that came forth on TikTok and YouTube, have
Yeah.
pretty much leaked out the fact that men are just not bothering with them anymore. They're not getting any.
Right. Yeah, I've noticed this. I've noticed a lot of these videos
They're not
from different girls.
The girls don't have a boyfriend because the guys are not bothering with them anymore.
But, so what do you think, James? Like, seriously, why are so many of these girls now, like her, coming out and saying that it's feminism's fault and kind of defending men now, right?
It's the woman.
Do you think that is just becoming more popular of a thing to say?
The women are pushing the men away is the main message of their videos.
I get that.
Now see this here. It says here on her TikTok account. It says here men's rights, men's mental health.
Yeah, well, why? Why is she doing that? That seems a little.
Because she.
Why is she dedicating herself to that?
They notice that they're not meeting guys.
Is she a psychologist, or is she saying men's mental health?
Well, maybe she's just a single woman that's having a problem meeting somebody, and men don't want to be bothered because of women. Women have pushed them
You know,
away.
there's a lot of problems going on these days. Between I
Yeah.
think we've talked about this before between men and women, and they can't date each other. And how I told you, I'm glad that I'm married, and I tried. I considered getting divorced. I was thinking about it. I don't want to be involved in this fucking bullshit, man. It's
Well,
a
that's what.
bunch of dysfunctional nonsense going on these days, and I want no part of it. And that's
Uh,
I just I'm happy, man, that I'm not taking
listen,
part in any of that stuff.
listen. It's a mad world,
No, it is. You're right.
mad world, like the movie.
It is.
And it's total chaos. Everything is chaos today. So my suggestion to
It's
you,
sick. It's almost like what the
my
fuck is going on?
suggestion to you is to make it work with your wife, make it work out, and
No,
do it.
I learned that
And
I'm talking about going back a year or so or more.
do what it
Um,
takes to make it work.
we went over this already, and yeah, that's my decision.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry that you couldn't do that. At my age or younger.
Well, my situation is different. I married a Colombian woman that used me to get a green card.
Oh, did you know that was the situation at the time?
Now, she was a perfect actress to me and my family, and I found out towards the end.
Okay, because
So
that's kind of like a common thing that happens, especially with Colombian women.
and then what I know what Philippine women do is they bring their whole family over after they marry you.
They all do.
Yeah,
That's part of the thing.
yeah, but it's like usually you could see red flags, but I didn't see any red flags.
You didn't?
Towards the end, I saw some red flags. Like she saved a newspaper article where it said the fastest way for an immigrant that gets married to an American to gain citizenship. What is the fastest way to get? And then right away, that was a giant red flag. And
No, I don't want to. I don't mean to laugh at you, James.
no, you can laugh. You can laugh. Well, it's been like I got divorced in 2008, January 18, 2018. So
That's not that long ago.
you can laugh all you want.
No, that's not that long ago. That's pretty recent, actually.
But the easy part is that if a spouse leaves another spouse for a year, by law that's considered spousal abandonment. So you get a quick divorce. Easy
So
divorce.
how long were you married?
3 years. Well, maybe close to 4. No, I'd say 3. 3 years. 3 years
Yeah.
wasted. 3 years wasted. Because
Yeah.
I could have gotten I could have got lucky with other people.
You could have.
Well, the old saying: if you're with somebody and if you're spoken for, you become magically very attractive.
Yeah. If you are already taken.
If you're taken,
If you have this.
Oh, forget it. That's a magnet.
They like that. Yeah, they like that.
That's like the Seinfeld episode, the Kavorka. You have the lure of the animal. You have the animal magnetism because another woman wants you.
Mm-hmm.
You're
because they're jealous.
You're spoken for. They don't have anybody, but you have the girlfriend or the wife. So therefore,
Mm-hmm.
you become attractive because you're in demand now because you actually married somebody. and you're in demand. You
And
know, they're
you shouldn't be in demand. I mean, that should be a sign that you're not in demand.
right. And a normal woman,
But in their this um what do you call that?
well, if they're a floozy, you know, if it,
In their this jointed mind.
disjointed, dysfunctional mind.
Yes.
But a girl from a good family is not going to be a homewrecker.
But you don't have good families anymore, and that's the problem of society.
You got
That's part of the spiritual warfare.
you got single
Is that there's not good families anymore.
because you got single parent homes.
Right, exactly. And why is there so many single parents? Because the government pushes that. The government pushes that.
There's no political correctness pushes it. There's no there's you got to have a
So
male.
it's a lot of problems in society.
You
You know,
got
we're only talking about the tippy top.
yeah. You got to have a male role model and a female role model. You got to have a mother and a
Yes,
father.
yes. Why is that so hard to say? Why is that so hard to say?
Both male and female children need a role model of both genders.
Yeah.
Not
Not two women, not two men. No. No, that's a disjointed thing.
it's a disjointed cock. Yeah, it's a very sad.
It's a very sick world we live in.
You know, so it's like why would a female disrespect a man's wife by try to put a move on him, knowing that he's a married man? If she's a normal girl, and doesn't she feel remorse or guilt for doing that? Like,
Because she's already coming from another problem family, most likely.
her father,
She didn't grow up right.
maybe her
And
father,
so problems beget problems, beget problems, beget more and more problems.
so
And that's what happens.
maybe her father cheated on her mother.
Yeah, yeah, it was something like that. And, you know, in back in the day, that might have been the case, and that could have been worked out. You know, maybe she'd been a nice guy, and then it was a stop was put on it, right?
Yeah,
And it wasn't continued. But the problem these days is that these things are continually continued because nobody's normal anymore. Everybody has a problem.
they all got hang-ups, right?
Yes, yes. And
Now,
nobody can take it can take responsibility for themselves. Everybody has to go to a shrink or something, right? And so everybody's just a loser.
and the shrinks never point the finger and
The
blame.
shrinks just make money. All they do is make money.
They nod their head. They put the pipe in their mouth. They're interesting.
Yeah, it's horrible, man. Like, and people they go to these people to get answers, and it's just a circle. It's a rigmarole thing.
You know what?
Oh, it's horrible, man.
You know what? I heard the psychologist say, "Well, you have to find your own answer." Well, then why are you getting paid $100 an hour?
Why did you go to a psychologist?
No, I'm saying
You can say if you did.
no. My family, we were friends. No, actually, in the 1980s, I lived with this woman who was from Mineola, Long Island, and
Okay, my neck of the woods.
her mother owned a company that imported and sold accordions, you know, and stuff like that.
See, back in the day, you could run a company like that. You can't do that. You can't do that now.
Right. Yeah. Her mother had a business, and it was very established. And she had money. Of course, she used to embezzle money from her mother's business because she says her mother was cheap, was tight with the dollar, and she just took money when we went on vacation after vacation after vacation. So she I lost track. I lost my train of thought. she let me think. Well, we right before I brought her up, we were talking about what the hell?
About the disorders in society.
dysfunction. Um, she there's something important connected to the story. Yeah, we're talking about dysfunctional families beget problems, and they grow.
Right, right.
It goes.
Problems beget problems,
Yeah.
and they never get solved.
Yeah. Oh, shrinks. I'm sorry. She
Yeah,
was
yeah,
friends.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Was friends with a psychologist. He was a friend. She knew her, but the mother knew her. She knew the mother knew him. They all knew him. He was a friend of the family, and he told me his name was Charlie Corder, Dr. Charles Corder, Korda. He told me that unfortunately there's girls that just go for the highest bidder,
He
and
told you, but
well, we used to have deep conversations in public,
you didn't know that yourself.
over dinner. Yeah, and he told me that people have to find their own problem. They have to figure out their own problems for themselves. I said, well, why does it cost $100 to see you?
Right. And what did he say?
He was like, he didn't know what to say. He was like,
Yeah, I went up to New York for over Memorial Day weekend.
yeah.
It wasn't just for that though. My brother was graduating from college. He got his master's degree in psychology, and he's doing the same type of shit. As far as I know, I think he wants to go into drug counseling though, so it's a little different. But he's the I think he's the first person in our family to get a master's degree. I mean, who the fuck gets a master's degree? What do you need it for? You get a bachelor's degree, but
Listen,
a master's is a whole nother thing.
did you know that social workers have to get a master's degree? Just,
Not all of them do.
not not a psychologist social worker, but a social worker in psychology. They don't have a PhD, and what do they need a master's? And same thing with registered dietitians. They need a master's degree. I says, what do they do? They put together hospital food? That crap?
No, it's just it's money.
It's but with the shrinks,
It's a racket,
they don't hold anyone accountable or responsible for everything.
But I guess that's how they keep the racket going,
Yeah.
right?
No, in other words, if
You are not supposed to feel bad about yourself.
in other words, if a couple goes, let's say, for marriage counseling, and the guy's got a PhD and he's a psychologist, and it's the problem is definitely all him. The shrink won't say, "Listen, dude, it's your fault, man. You caused all this, and you got to change." If he did that, I guess the sessions wouldn't last that long, right?
No, right? So I mean, if you want to keep it going, you have to
Yeah.
keep it going, and that's the money. The money comes that way. What does he got to
This,
say? How much
this,
of Bernie's millions is on the trash?
this is
Shut
why
up.
I curse this guy out all the time. This is why I curse.
Why can't you talk about what we're talking about?
No, he has to. He's always attacking Bernie Sanders because he is a right wing extremist. Okay, what about let's take all. Okay, let's take the richest Republicans and Democrats in Washington. Don't just pick on one guy. How much do they donate to charity? How much does Jeff Bezos donate to charity or Mark Zuckerberg? Collectively, they could eradicate poverty easily if all the billionaires had a compassion and they wanted. I don't. They could be a tax write-off. I don't care, and they donated to help the poor. I mean, they could do it. They could eradicate poverty.
It is a tax write-off.
It is a tax fraud, but this guy's got to focus on Bernie Sanders because he knows Bernie Sanders hits a raw
So what?
nerve.
The guy Ed, he didn't show up today, right?
No, he must have been busy. He has over 1 million followers on his
Okay.
X.
He's been showing up lately, though, right? You think it's the real one, or is it he's like a clone account?
No,
Yeah, because you never know with these
no,
things.
he keeps in touch with me over on Twitter. No, he's for real. You know what? I think concerned citizen might be Red Rooster.
Wait,
Jeff,
no, maybe he has a point.
wait a minute. Jeff
Jeff
Bezos and Mark
Bezos and
are
they are Democrats, right?
Democrats. Are you sure they're Democrats?
They probably are.
They're multi-billionaires, though.
So, so what?
What about Bill Gates?
So what?
Anyway, you know what? This guy's getting on my nerves. Let me play this.
It's, when he goes to Saudi Arabia and he loves this guy MBS. If you think about it, what Trumpism is about, it's, when he goes to Saudi Arabia and he loves this guy MBS, who is a murderer, killed a Washington Post journalist, but he's rich, and you can make a deal with him. But what this is all about is that if you're rich in America and you can make campaign contributions, you are entitled to massive tax rates because you're superhuman beings. But if you're a poor working stiff going out there, working in McDonald's, you're working in a factory, you're struggling to put food on the table, hey, you are entitled to nothing.
Nothing.
We're going to cut not only health care in this bill, massive cuts in nutrition for kids, for elderly people, massive cuts in education, making it harder for kids to be able to attend college. That is what Trumpism is about, for the superior people, the Elon Musks of the world, the people who are successful. We're going to make them more successful. You're a working stiff. You're entitled to nothing. And the other interesting element about this whole thing is, Elon Musk came out against it. See, he was offended that this is going to raise the national debt, and he wants more cuts. Yes. This is the richest guy on earth, wants more cuts in nutrition programs for hungry kids, in healthcare, in education. And what he's saying, which takes you to another outrage in the American system, is obviously he helps fund the Republican Party. So he said, if you don't go, in so many words, you don't go along with me, you know what, we're going to get rid of you. You're out of office. So much for democracy in the Republican Party.
Hey, I'm hungry for the kids. I'm hungry. You kidding me? I got big appetite, man. Now, voter fraud. Oh, this is not good. Voter fraud. This is interesting. From last November's election. Yeah. Because that guy, concerned citizen, he's a rascal. He's a little rascal. He's a rascal. Oh man, the beer sure makes him piss. My friend Ronnie here is going to the restroom again. Yeah, he's going to urinate. What the fuck, man?
Here it comes, guys. The first domino is about to fall. And I've said it before and I'm saying it again. Shit's gonna hit the fan. The lawsuit in New York in Rockland County is the one to keep your eyes on, as smart legislation has been allowed to proceed with discovery by a judge in the New York Supreme Court, which means they are now going to do a full hand recount in that county where there's a lot of anomalies. And they are contesting that both the Senate election results and the presidential election results are inaccurate. So when they do this hand recount, we'll have an idea of where things are. In certain precincts, they've asked a number of voters who they voted for, and they named an independent candidate for Senate where it doesn't add up with the math that they're seeing there. Then we have other anomalies in precincts there where voters voted for Kirsten Gillibrand, a Democrat, for Senate, and then in that same precinct, no votes for Kamala Harris. They voted for Democrat Kirsten Gillibrand, but no one there voted for Kamala Harris? Doesn't make sense. That's statistically irregular and highly unlikely. And that's what they're contesting here, and that's what we're going to find out. We're going to keep our eyes on this case. I'm going to keep updating you as soon as I hear more about it, but this could be the one. This could be the domino that falls and opens up the whole thing to the rest of the country. Because if we show that it's off for certain in one county we know we got to look at everything else, because New York isn't even one of the problem states we've been aware of. It's been worse in North Carolina, Nevada, and other states. So this is huge. Elon, now's the time. Keep checking back for the 411. Comment, like, share, spread the word, and let me know what you think about all this.
Elon, now's the time. Now's the time. Now's the time. Here's the funny part. This is the funny part. Hey, what's going on here, bro? I'm serious. Zuckerberg, that fucking hook-nosed son of a bitch. Hold on. Zuckerberg. Gotta wait for Ronnie. Oh, man. You know what? I take it. Digital kidnapping. I'll play this. Digital kidnapping. Okay, folks, I'm going to play this. Digital kidnapping.
It's called digital kidnapping, and yes, it is as scary as it sounds. As parents, we love to take photos of our kids and post them. It's a great way to keep our family and friends in the loop. But now experts are issuing this new alert that bad guys are using our posts against us to track our children. This morning, you're about to see how they do it.
The baby catching.
From Facebook to Instagram, parents sharing their children's lives online. But now the new world crime, digital kidnapping, predators stealing your kids' photos and spreading them online. This stranger posting on Facebook claiming this girl was his daughter. In another recent case, a child's photo was tagged on a porn site. Turns out most of us are putting our own families at risk, and we have no idea. You post all the time.
Yeah, I like to post about the kids.
That's Michelle and Reese. They think we're doing a general story about social media. What they don't know, back in Ohio, cyber safety expert Jesse Weinberger is poring over their social media pages, checking for private information. So what do you find here?
Through Mom's Facebook account and everything that she's posted, I was able to find out husband's name, children's names. She has 2 children. I know their ages. I know their dates of birth. I know where they go to school. I have the address of the school. I have the name of the teacher. I know exactly which playgrounds they visit, how often they like.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, I don't want to see this shit, James. That's fucking disturbing.
It is disturbing.
You see, I changed my shirt.
Our system of I didn't see it yet. Hold on. Our system of time is a lie. You know if you think
New York Mets, man.
Meet the Mets.
Meet the fucking Mets.
Oh, there you go.
The Mets are in. Can you see me?
I see you. I see the orange. It says New York.
It says New York. New York. The Mets.
Now, how did they do against LA?
They got two out of 4. So they're playing in Colorado right now. It's up 4-1. 4-1.
Colorado is not doing too good, I hear.
Well, they swept the Fish. They swept the Fish in Miami. Did you hear about that?
No. The Mets swept the Fish?
No, the Rockies.
Oh, the Rockies swept the Fish.
Swept the Fish in Miami.
And the fish are not doing good.
The fish are not doing too well.
The fish, the owner, I wonder if he's going to sell the fish.
Everybody's gonna sell, right?
He's got an Art Deco stadium, right? Orange seats and blue.
Kinda.
That's what they call that style, Art Deco.
I guess so. It's like Miami style, right?
Yeah,
That's what I call it Miami style.
Collins Avenue. That's the main drag.
Collins Avenue, right? Yeah. Now the stadium is in the heart of Little Havana,
Really?
so it's surrounded by Cubans,
Yeah, they play dominoes all day.
and they say that's why it doesn't get a lot of people that come. It doesn't get a lot of attendance because it's kind of in the ghetto.
Well, they can't afford the tickets.
So and everybody else doesn't feel like putting up with the traffic to come down to Miami and get in there.
And
I don't know. I mean, I guess that's like
well,
that's what people say, right?
problem
But people say a lot of things.
listen, Cubans like baseball, but they can't afford
But
the damn tickets.
they like baseball, but no, you know what it is, James?
They got no
They
money.
don't fill up the stadium until Cuba comes to town or Puerto Rico comes to town, because when it's the international games, the stadium is sold out. It's sold out.
Oh, they just
Like
don't.
like when it's the World Baseball Cup, and it has a lot of the South American and Caribbean teams. It's literally sold out.
They just
But
don't.
when it's the Marlins, they don't care.
They just don't care about.
They don't care.
They don't care about the national Major League Baseball.
They don't care about their local team.
They don't care about the local team, and they don't care to see the other American teams.
And the only people who do care, so like if it's the Mets that come to town, it's only Mets fans. Or if it's the Red Sox that come to town, it's only the Red Sox.
You know,
That's it.
Florida. What irks me is
Florida's got a real baseball problem.
Florida. All right, you got a Republican governor who's very.
Ron DeSanctimonious. And you know why I call him that?
Well, I was gonna.
That's what Trump calls him.
Right.
Trump calls him Ron DeSanctimonious.
Sanctimonious. Well, sanctimonious is a self-righteous, arrogant person who thinks they're always right.
So I guess that's how Trump feels about Ron DeSantis.
What I'm trying to say is he's a Republican governor with a strong personality. He's opinionated. He's not afraid to speak his mind. But considering how his personality is, why are there so many ghettos and high crime areas in Florida? Where do they come from? Why doesn't he send the Florida National Guard and bust up?
He does. He does.
Why are there so much low lives in these bad neighborhoods
He's going after the immigrants hard.
in Florida? What's causing all this? Like Ric Flair used to say, what's causing all this?
No, he's going after them.
All this crime. And when I was in Palm Beach, you drive 5
Now,
minutes.
were you in Palm Beach or West Palm Beach?
Palm. Well, I went to a nice buffet in West Palm. Well, anyway, that's besides the point. The hotel was on the ocean. It was Palm Beach. All right. I didn't like it because there was, there was nothing. Everything was real expensive.
Mm-hmm.
If you ate in the hotel, because it's a rich
Yeah.
area. Anyway, you drive 5 minutes. You go over a little canal.
Now, what year was this?
Oh, Jesus. You're like you're asking me questions.
No,
like,
it's you have to know because Florida's changed a lot.
Gabriel,
Florida's changed a lot since the 70s or the 80s.
a fucking mathematician. Let me think. I was there.
Don't compare me to Gabriel.
Listen, I was there. Let me think. Okay, this was way before I was married. So we're talking. I would say in the mid, maybe it might have been, no, it was definitely before 2008. Definitely. It was the early.
So let's say 2005.
All right, the early 2000s, I was dating a JAG, a captain in the U.S. Air Force. She was a lawyer. She was a JAG. Her name.
Was she hot?
She was pretty cute. Yeah,
Was
her
she
name.
American?
Yeah, she was. Her name was Captain Laura Atkinson, originally from Queens, New York. She had
All right.
she had an accent that I had to tolerate, but
What do you mean? What kind of accent?
yeah, like a little bit like the nanny, like Pam Drescher.
Oh shit! Really?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. Not as bad as her.
She wasn't Jewish though.
No, no, she was half English from England and half Mexican. Her father,
And she had an accent like the nanny.
yeah, her father was Atkinson, her father's side, and her mother's side was Mexican. So the point is, she was stationed.
She was an army brat, right?
Not really. No, she was stationed in Oklahoma, but then she went to Fort Dix because.
Why did she have a?
Let me finish the story.
Okay, all right.
This was during the Desert
Storm.
GW Bush days.
H.W. Bush, right?
No, this was the dummy. We're gonna get those guys.
Or the W. Bush. Okay.
The dummy Bush. We're gonna get the guys that knocked the two
The
buildings.
terrorists. You're either with us or you're against us.
Yeah, that's it. The Dick Cheney days. All right. So she had to go to Fort Dix. I said, "What are you doing crawling under barbed wire for with a rifle? You're a captain in the fucking Air Force." She goes, "Oh, they want to get us ready because they might want to deploy everybody they can." Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So that goes back to Dick Cheney's military-industrial complex.
Now, what year was that? Or you don't know?
I don't fucking know.
Well, it would be interesting to know because they went to war in the beginning of 03.
Well, then it had to be. It had to be after the Twin Towers went down.
Of course, yeah.
Desert, what do they call that? Desert balls, desert cock. What do they call it?
No. Desert Storm is the one in the early 90s.
That was the father.
They call it Operation something Freedom or what?
Yeah, Operation
Operation.
No Weapons of Mass Destruction.
Nah, it was called like Operation
was
Enduring Freedom.
Yeah, it was a waste of military personnel and lives.
Operation Garbage, right?
Operation Garbage. Anyway, we were in.
I was.
Let me tell the fucking story.
All right, come on.
She was.
Move it along.
Just hold your fucking horses. She was. She paid for the whole vacation. Was Palm Beach. So what I'm trying to get at is, the next town over from Palm Beach is called Riviera Beach, Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And you would think a town called Riviera Beach would be very lovely. No, it was a ghetto with palm trees. There were drug dealers. It sucked. So what I'm trying to say is, you can be in a really upscale neighborhood in Florida, and within minutes, just like in Brooklyn, within minutes, you're in a ghetto. You're in a high.
Yeah. Well.
All right.
Yeah. You're right. That's how it is. But one thing I say is that let me just say this.
Why is this shit?
No matter where you are, even if you're in the ghetto in Florida, there's still palm trees.
Yeah, but why is there so much crime in Florida if you got to report tough?
But if there's if you're in a ghetto, there's still palm trees. There's no palm trees in Brooklyn, right?
Yeah, but the nice areas are next to the shitholes.
There's no palm trees in Brooklyn.
But the point I'm getting at.
There's no palm trees in northern New Jersey.
Listen, you're getting like the CERN citizen. You're nitpicking and you're being silly.
That's not nitpicking.
Of course, there's no palm trees in Brooklyn, New York.
But that's what makes you feel nice down here is the palm trees.
The palm trees are nice, but why are there so many high crime shitholes in Florida?
Why is there so many high crime shitholes in New York?
In New York is loaded with shitholes. But the point is, you got a tough, strong Republican governor that's tolerating all of it.
He's not tolerating it. He's trying.
Why
He's,
does it
because
exist?
there's also local governments, and a lot of times they're run by Democrats.
What happened?
A lot of times there's West Palm Beach is probably run by Democrats. I mean that's the truth of it.
I was gonna bring him in, and he disappeared.
Who's that? Paul Anthony Mantia?
No, Mick Von Raven.
Mick Von Raven. He probably saw me and he said, "Fuck it."
Yeah, but that's
he doesn't like me, right?
Hold on, let me that. Mick, I saw you, Don Juan, and then you were gone.
He said that guy Ronnie's there. I don't like him.
I mean, Mick, you know how retarded Voice to Text is. It keeps calling him Nick. Mick.
Nick, it sounds like Mick, right?
Mick. It's still calling him Nick. Hold on. I gotta leave him. But you know what? I swear to God, if the programmers that invented Voice to Text were here, I strangle them to death.
It's not their fault.
They keep making me look. No, they're making me look bad. Is what they're doing. I know the King's English. I don't talk that way. They're making me look bad. They do every day. I use Voice to Text. They make me look bad. You know what I mean? Like I keep saying Mick, and it keeps saying
Mick is a weird name. It sounds like Nick.
And it keeps saying Nick, but you know, if they were real programmers,
it's not even his real name, right?
Why can't these people that went to college or programming school, why can't they learn to do their job? You know, why is everybody so incompetent these days?
You're talking about a robot, James?
I'm talking about voice to text.
You're talking about AI robot stuff.
Voice to text.
That's not a person. Voice to text is not a person.
If I say a word,
you're complaining about a robot.
If I say it slowly, it mispronounces it. It puts a totally different.
You are complaining about a robot.
I should ask ChatGPT about voice to text programmers. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad.
You love robots.
Yeah, but ChatGPT doesn't mispronounce anything I say. All right, hold on. You know, I'm talking about voice to text programmers.
You're amazing, James.
They must be retards. You know what a fucking retard is? It's somebody who should get fired from a professional jab.
Ever wonder why we're told it's the year 2025? Because it's not, and it never was. This is a deep one, and only those whose magic lens is activated might grasp it. Time has been edited, deleted, and reset, not by accident, but by design. In 1582, Pope Gregory XIII dropped the Gregorian calendar. It replaced Julius Caesar's Julian calendar. And guess what? 10 full days were deleted. Time was literally rewritten. Why? To realign with the sun, they said. But what else got realigned? Now here's where it gets insane. A theory called the phantom time hypothesis says 297 years were completely made up. Yeah, between 614 and 911 AD, possibly fake. If that's true, we're not in 2025. We're in 1728. Let that sink in. Ethiopia never played along. They're in 2017 right now. The Chinese? It's year 4722. Hebrews? 5785. The Mayans? On a whole different timeline. So what even is a year? And here's the twist. Ancient cultures followed a 13-moon calendar. 13 months, 28 days each. Perfectly synced with nature and the cosmos. But 13 was demonized, erased, because 13 represents the divine feminine, the lunar cycle, and balance. Too powerful to leave in play. So why mess with time? Because time is power. If you control time, you control history, identity, spiritual connection. You disconnect humans from nature and plug them into a system. We don't live by nature's time anymore. We live by the machines. And the more you wake up to that, the more you'll realize the clock is lying. If this shook something in you, repost and wake someone else up. And if you're new here, let's stay connected for more insights. Follow us so we can meet again.
Now at the before I get to the real comedy, there's only two left. Let me just do a little Robert Reich, and then I'll get to the real comedy show. I left the best for last. In the summertime, Ron the sanctimonious can't handle the high crime. If it was up to me, I'd send the Florida National Guard and all those ghettos.
He is. He's doing all that.
You know,
Trust me.
what are they
Trust me.
doing there?
Florida
Are
is
they
a very
eating
safe
donuts
state
and
compared to like New York or Newark or all those other.
okay? What's more hazardous in Florida, sinkholes or the crime?
The sinkholes. The crime is not hazardous at all.
In other words, the crime rate is a lot better than it was.
It's not bad at all, the crime rate. There's a lot of stupid things going on in Florida. You hear the Florida man. It's always going to be there. It's always going to be there.
Well, they should.
But if you're from New York, you're smart enough not to take part in that type of things.
Well, they should not.
You stay where you are.
So got to carry shillelaghs and bash them over
You
the
don't.
head.
No. You don't have to do that. Because if you're from New York, you know when you move here, you stay with your own kind. You stay in a decent area. You're not gonna move to the fucking boondocks. Why would you do that?
Oh, you're talking about where the rednecks live.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like in the panhandle?
Not
Up
just the
north.
panhandle, but maybe in the central or the state they have a lot of crazy areas. We don't move there. So that's what you gotta understand, James.
They don't send the Florida State Police. Don't go in there and say, hey, you dumbasses, you better shape up.
No, the Florida State Police they might send them, but I'm talking about us as transplants from New York or New Jersey.
Oh.
We don't go in those areas. We don't bother with that shit. It doesn't involve us.
So if a New York transplant buys a condo where you are, they just simply stay in a nice area.
Exactly. Why would you go inland?
They go shopping in a nice area. They go to the doctor in a nice area.
You stay by the coast.
They
You
go to
stay by the coast. Whether you're on the Gulf Coast or you're on the Atlantic coast. You're on the coast.
They just don't drive.
That's where
to
you
the
stay.
ponies, where the rednecks are.
That's it. Yeah. That's
You know?
it.
And in Miami, you have certain.
Miami is the exact same thing.
Miami has a crime area.
It does,
You
but
always hear about Miami, but the point is that
Tampa has a crime area. But I mean, everywhere has a fucking crime area.
why can't the governors just like? Didn't Giuliani like clean up all that crime when he became mayor?
Yeah. So what happened?
He got Commissioner Bratton, a real tough police.
So what happened? How come the Republicans they can't get elected in New York anymore?
Because the people were all crying the blues that they're too tough on us. Stop and frisk, Bloomberg. That was a great idea. Stop and frisk.
You know who's for the stop and frisk?
Who?
Adams.
Adams?
Yeah.
Adams?
And that's why he can't run as a Democrat. He's an independent now.
He was a
because the Democrat Party won't accept him because he says he's tough on crime now.
He was a police captain.
He was. So you think he's a joke and everything.
Well, you know what mistake he made, Eric Adams? He started pounding around with Diddy. He started.
Yeah. I don't know why he gave Diddy the key to the city. It's fucked up.
Oh my God, Diddy of all people. Of all people.
I mean, maybe he made a bad choice. I don't know.
Sure, he must have known about Diddy's parties.
I don't know. Yeah, it's
And,
pretty disgusting.
and all that stuff.
All that stuff.
All that stuff without going into the stuff.
Yeah.
We all know. So
Not even a Democrat anymore.
that was very bad
Andrew Cuomo.
for him, very bad for his political career. But you know what? Andrew Cuomo,
Maybe Andrew Cuomo will clean up the city. Who knows?
if somebody wants to if somebody wants to tell Andrew Cuomo something, I don't know if his brother already told him or not, but he should not have caved to Letitia
Well, he
James.
already said that. Cuomo came out and said that he should not have resigned.
But that's all he said. He should have fired on that whole feminist, politically correct. He should have went bash, boom, bang.
New York is so. It's so fucking politically, like PC charged, man.
Oh, heaven forbid. What I'm trying to say is heaven forbid a straight
Like
Caucasian
the poor guy.
heterosexual man that wants to get laid.
What if Ron DeSanctimonious
He's single and ready to.
has a couple of girls sit on his lap?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If he's a straight guy and the girls are hot looking.
He's not straight though. He's married.
He's still heterosexual.
I mean, he's married though. He's not.
But he's married.
He's not single. Yeah.
But that would be a scandal, you see.
Now, what I'm saying, I don't think it would be as big a scandal in Florida as it is in New York. In New York, they make a big deal about everything.
Oh, heaven forbid! Oh, Andrew Cuomo hit on some girl.
If Ron DeSanctimonious did it, his wife would probably eat it up, and tell the reporters just shut the fuck up, leave him alone. Don't bury him.
Yeah.
What happened with Cuomo's wife? Did she even stand up for him?
No, he's divorced.
Oh, he's divorced. Okay.
He was divorced when he was governor.
So he was a horn dog.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a straight guy being a horn dog.
He said his excuse is that he was Italian.
Listen, yeah, that's why he's touchy feely. But the point is, he was single and
I wish that he would get voted for mayor. I really do. Either him or Curtis. But Curtis doesn't stand a chance, right?
He was single and ready to mingle. Now Curtis Lewa, he tries.
He doesn't stand a chance. Nobody's even talking about him.
You know what he talks about on social media?
He talks about the dogs.
No, the cat. He's feeding all the stray cats.
And dogs too. He says he doesn't want any of the. If he becomes mayor, none of the dog shelters can be kill shelters. They got to be all. You can't, which I agree with.
I agree with that. Wait a minute. I agree with that.
But that seems to be like one of his main points, though.
It's really, he
why
cares.
why are we killing dogs?
Well, Paul says he cares more about the animal shelters than he does about the homeless and the.
There's nothing wrong with caring about dogs at all. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong about caring about innocent life.
Yes.
Whether it be children,
whether it be dogs or humans.
Or humans,
of course.
Or the humans that are suffering.
But the people in the people in the they're too stupid to vote for this guy. They're too stupid. They'll say, "Oh, he's a Republican, so he's racist or whatever." They won't even look into it.
Yeah, but
because they're so dumb.
But you remember De Blasio? He didn't do shit with the crime rate. What did he do?
He made it worse.
What did he do? His wife, he didn't want.
He had the wife with the afro, right? Big afro.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was his kid. He had a kid.
Well, his daughter.
Remember his kid? No, it was a boy.
Well,
he had a big fucking afro.
His son had an afro.
Yeah, you didn't see that?
Oh, that's embarrassing. I mean, his daughter.
Well, his wife was black.
His daughter was cute. Yeah, she was very black.
Yeah, so his son had a fucking afro, like a huge one.
She was 110%.
He got married in Cuba.
He did?
Yeah, well, De Blasio got married in Cuba because he's a socialist.
Well, good. That's good. Well, yeah, but he's a socialist that's weak on crime because he didn't do anything for New York. What I'm trying to
A
say,
socialist isn't going to be good on crime.
well, they're not going to pander. You're thinking of the neoliberal Democrats that give special treatment to lobbying groups. Socialists are different from the neoliberal Democrats. It's a different politics. But he was statistically Democrat or liberal mayors have always been weak on crime.
Especially the ones that are black. Just
Well,
say
yeah,
it.
well, that's why.
Just say it. Just say it's true.
Hey, why do you think the mayor?
Look at Chicago. Look at
Why do you think the mayor of Chicago? Why do you think the mayor of
fucking
Baltimore?
the Batman woman, right? And then
Yeah,
she got replaced by a black guy, and it's the same shit.
he does the same thing. He doesn't do nothing on crime. Remember Baltimore? They had riots. They were turning police cars upside down, and setting and looting and setting fire to.
I don't know why people don't.
The mayor, a black
I
woman,
don't know.
a black woman was mayor of Baltimore. Didn't do nothing about the rioting. Nothing. Zero.
Why would she? Why would she?
Nothing. Same thing. Beetlejuice in Chicago. Nothing.
So Beetlejuice got voted out, right?
Yeah, but she was replaced with the same mentality.
She was replaced with a fucking male counterpart. Like, what are the people doing?
They don't do anything. Why do you think Newark is a shithole?
Well,
Because
it's not just their fault though.
because the people,
It's why are people voting for them though?
the people keep voting for their.
Unless maybe like it is corrupt and that the votes are not real. Maybe.
No, they keep voting race. That's it. They only
But
vote
why? If you see it failed, why are you doing it again? Right?
because they're mental midgets.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we just can't even like make sense of it.
It's common sense.
Maybe that's why Mick Von Raven is not here because he can't make sense of any of his views.
Well, I try to teach him to
He
be
says,
less
this white guy, he's racist from Florida or whatever.
racist.
Am I racist?
It's about common. It should be about common sense. You know the old saying, insanity is when you do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. If you keep electing the same type of people,
Every time that New York City has elected a black mayor, it has turned out to be shit.
Well, Ed Koch was soft on crime.
But Ed Koch wasn't black.
He was a gay.
So you had Dinkins, right? You had Dinkins, who was a disaster.
Dinkins was a disaster.
And you had Adams, who that's the only two of them. That's the only two times it ever happened.
Democrat, AB, disaster. Lindsay.
So don't do it. So don't do it. But no, they still do it. They still keep doing it.
Well, once they voted in Giuliani and Bloomberg, right away, tough on crime.
And then Bloomberg, what was it, like halfway through his term, he became an independent. He wasn't a Republican anymore. What the fuck was up with that? Right? He became a bitch too.
Well, he must have had a falling out with the party. It's not easy to deal with the political party. Sometimes you buck heads. It's
Bloomberg was riding Giuliani's coattails as a Republican, and then he had the gall to turn into an independent.
Maybe he saw something he didn't like in the party. I mean,
no, he was just going with the flow because it was fucking New York. It was because it was New York, and he couldn't be as strong as Giuliani was.
In New York,
he couldn't stick with it. Giuliani was a strong Republican. He cleaned everything up, and he didn't give it. Giuliani fought the mob. He fought the ghetto guys.
He fought them all.
He fought them all, and he was a Republican through and through.
Just an ultra liberal.
Yeah.
Cowardly pigeon.
And then so he passed on the torch to fucking Bloomberg, and then Bloomberg couldn't take the heat. He couldn't take the fucking heat. He was a bitch.
Well, Bloomberg is quite a rich man. He doesn't really need he didn't need the job, but I don't think he took a salary. But you know, now who was the one that refused to live in Gracie Mansion? Was that De Blasio?
De Blasio lived there.
No, some one of them.
Maybe Bloomberg.
Maybe it was Bloomberg, but
And then Bloomberg came out with this shit where he was trying to regulate the size of like a big gulp cup. Remember that garbage? He was doing stupid shit like that.
that's stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, there's too much. New Yorkers are consuming too much.
They were,
sugar.
yeah.
So we got yeah, but isn't there more important things
He
to
became
do?
famous for that.
There's more important things to worry about than the big gulp.
It was because Giuliani left him with too much of a clean city that he had the time to go after big gulps. Fucking Bloomberg. It was a punk. Bloomberg was a dumbass. And then he became a Democrat.
Because Giuliani when he was
And then they tarnished Giuliani's legacy because he was Trump's lawyer.
Giuliani was when he was younger, he was sane and he was smart and he was normal. And when he got older, he became nuts. But when he was younger, I'm telling you, he cleaned up New York, and he hired good commissioners.
He went after the mob hard time. He wasn't scared of the mob.
No. And before he ever became mayor, and Bratton is a tough commissioner. You know, he cleaned up Times Square.
And they never killed him. And they still never killed him. He's
You know, Times.
They never put a hit out on Giuliani.
You know, all the sleaze that was in he made Times Square, 42nd Street,
Times Square was garbage, right?
It
was porno district.
Well, listen, I have nothing against brothels and peep shows and you know and hookers, but you know,
good. It's not good for the culture.
But it's not good if you're in a tourist area. It's not good to have all that in a tourist area. It's not good. It's what he did was great for tourism. He made it a G-rated tourist area where people can bring their families, and he cleaned it up. He cleaned it up. It was like rat infested, you know, cockroach infested.
No, but you know what you had there in the 70s and the 80s and the early 90s?
Pollution.
You had predators under the cover predators that would go into these peep shows and shit, and they would, you know, wait around in the parking lot, and they would rape the girls and kill them.
Oh, the girls that worked there, yes.
Yeah, there was a lot of problems with that. You know, they had like Jeffrey Dahmer type people.
Oh.
Hanging around, you know, like I mean, you're a normal guy, so you think it's not a big deal.
Well,
but that attracts a lot of weird people, a lot of people that are fucked up in the brain.
Girls were fear for their lives.
You know, so the girls, they were out there, you know, giving themselves out there like that, and then you had guys that they saw that as easy pickings.
Well, the bouncers at gentlemen's clubs, go-go bar, the bouncers have to walk the girls to their ride, to their transportation. You know, they can't have the girls just walk outside and, you know, wait for their ride or get in their car by themselves. You know,
Yeah, but a lot of times the guys would come by, they give them their number, they say, "You meet me here." You know how it is, James.
Yeah, it's really it's
very very sleazy, you know, thing.
Not safe. Even a couple of WWE female wrestlers were harassed by crazy fan stalker. You know, they had to tighten up security for the girls. You know, there are certain businesses that, like you say, that attract the dregs of humanity, the sleaze, and the adult industry is one of them.
Of course. Fucking of course, man.
And pro wrestling is another, because if you ever sat in the audience, you'll see the low
You
life.
see how disgusting they are, yeah.
People that's just the way it is. But if you go to a baseball game, they're all like normal, decent.
Well, baseball is a family sport. You know, you
Right.
bring your family out there.
Right. Exactly. this is this thing. Well, I'm glad to hear that DeSantis is is going hardball, playing hardball with the crime down there in Florida, and but what he's got to do is
You
make
know,
sure.
so let me just say this: everything that Trump does, he learned it from Ron DeSanctimonious. He took Ron DeSanctimonious's playbook and he turned it into a national thing.
Well, you know what I felt bad for when Rick Scott was governor. I think he was governor of Florida.
He was governor
Okay,
before DeSantis.
he actually arrested this pastor, this minister, for feeding the homeless. He didn't want anybody feeding the homeless in Florida.
Rick Scott had a lot of problems. I didn't live here back then.
No.
But from what I've heard, he was a Republican, and a lot of people didn't like him. Now
Yeah.
everybody likes Ron DeSantis. Everybody likes him.
We ever see what Rick Scott looks like? He looks like Lurch from the Adams.
Yeah, he's just like a lame looking guy. He's a senator now, and
he's bald headed. He's pale.
Yeah, he's from the old days. Nobody cares about him.
Yeah, it's in the past, but that's good. Now getting back to the sinkholes, you got to really. You can't just build in Florida because somebody wants to make money. You got to inspect the land. I mean, you can't be having a condo complex collapse into a sinkhole.
Now, the condo complex that collapsed in Miami in 2021.
Yeah,
it wasn't because of a sinkhole. It was old. It was an old all the condos down in Miami, they're all old. They're from the 60s.
The structures, yeah.
That's when Miami was built. It's from the 50s and the 60s.
You had
and back then they didn't have a lot of regulations.
I think after the Cuban Revolution, when a lot of Cubans fled before Castro reached Havana, a lot of Cubans fled to Miami.
Then after Castro took over, they all moved on into Miami.
Yeah. Well, Batista went to Santiago, not Santiago. Batista went to DR.
Santo Domingo,
Dominican Republic.
Because Trujillo was there. Trujillo was the strongman in charge of Dominican Republic.
And they were two very.
So they were two strongmen, right?
Yeah, and he took the mob money because he had. Things weren't working out well with him running the casinos in Cuba, so he had the.
Well, it wasn't working out because he got run out of fucking. He got run out by Castro.
No. What happened was Batista hired the Chicago mob to run the casinos, and they made the casinos a great success.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
it wasn't just the Chicago mob; it was New York too.
So when he fled,
right?
When he fled to,
it wasn't just the Chicago mob.
Yeah, well, they ran, they made money.
It was the 5 families in New York.
5 families were there.
Yeah, of course they were there.
Well, what of course? The Chicago mob originally ran Las Vegas when they first.
Well, because they're closer to Vegas, so yeah, that makes more sense.
New York, they can't like buck heads with the territories. They gotta get along.
Cuba was New York territory.
Then, yeah.
So was Miami.
Then Batista went to Santo Domingo. Then after that, you says he went to Miami, right?
He did, yeah.
Batista. But he was, the people were very poor because he was a dictator.
They were very poor, but at least they had some freedom. And then they weren't all poor. There were some rich people.
Well, there was no middle class.
There's no middle class.
Under fascism, there is no middle class.
You know, James, middle class is a term made up. in I think in America they just made that term
Well,
up.
if there's no opportunity for the poor to excel,
In many countries, there's no middle class. That's in the history of mankind.
in Colombia,
That's how it is.
in Latin America, there generally was no middle class.
No, it's not.
You had corrupt fascist governments, regimes,
Hmm.
where you had the very poor and you had the rich and nobody in between.
But the people who were not very rich, they were happy. They lived a nice life. They had farms and they grew good food. They actually had food that was good. It wasn't like going to Walmart and buying some bullshit food like we do.
Yeah.
If you think about it, they actually had a better life than we had.
Well, my sister told me a story where she used to work for a company called Popular Club Plan, and she made a lot of friends, a lot of Latin American friends, and the ones that lived in the Latin American neighborhood in New Jersey. She was saying how when she got invited to their house, she says how amazing they were. They were so happy. They were close. The families were close. They helped each other. There was love,
Yeah, but
caring,
they were poor.
but they were poor.
It's not always like that though.
But they helped each other. They
It's
were
not always like that. Actually, a lot of times when these families come from Latin America, and whatever country it is,
yeah.
these families get torn apart. It's by their own doing because they send somebody to come to the United States, right? And then that breaks up the family. And then that person who comes and moves here, maybe they bring another part of the family with them.
Well,
Maybe
they're not happy.
or maybe they don't.
They're not happy with it.
They're not happy and they're not spiritually happy either. That's the thing. They're not psychologically happy and they're not spiritually happy. And they don't so if they then have kids here in this, like we were saying before, in this disordered environment that they're living in, it's a disordered environment at this point. And then they have kids. These kids grow up in a disordered environment. And then so it's not good. That's my point.
They grow
Because
up.
they don't move here in a family. They don't move here as a total family.
They grow up and they join gangs.
They join gangs, or even if they don't join a gang, I mean, they just join up.
Yeah, but they live in a ghetto.
Yes.
They live in a ghetto pretty much.
The point is that they don't move here as a family.
No.
As a complete family. So when whoever moves here, they break up the family. The family's broken up, and that is an immediate sign of a problem, because the family is the number one. How do you say it? The family is number one, right? I mean, when you're growing up, you're looking up to your mother, your father, your older sister, your older brother. You have to have a family. You have to, because if you don't have that,
yeah,
you're not going anywhere good in life,
right.
and that is what we were saying. That's the disjointedness of society.
Right. So the families that my sister was referring to, they were low income people, but they all worked together as a unit. The uncles, the aunts, the cousins, the brothers.
You know what used to happen back in like the 1800s and the early 1900s is the Irish people and the Italians, and the Polish or whatever. They came from Europe, but they came as a family.
Yes.
They all came together.
When they went to Ellis Island.
Yeah, and they all got they were legal actually. They went through the legal process.
Right, they got processed.
But the important thing is that they came here as a family. So
Right.
they were all here together.
Correct.
What happens now is that they come, one person here, one person there, and they lose that family strength.
Yes. I agree with you. Yeah.
That's a big problem. That's a big problem.
Psychologically, it's damaging.
And spiritually, it's also damaging.
Yes. Yes, because
You know, and so you go to church as a family normally. You know, usually you go to church as a family. You don't go to church as one person. One person
well,
here, one. You
unless you,
can.
unless you got no choice.
You certainly can, but the best way to do it is you go as a family. So when they come here from Mexico, let's say, you know, it's just not the same. It's not the same, and so they don't go to church anymore. And then they fall into the street gangs or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just one example.
Well, there's no father. There's no role
No,
model.
there's no role model. You got the mom is out there. The mom is dating a bunch of dudes. You know, it's fucked up. It's not. It doesn't work out good.
Yeah. What if she might get pregnant from one of the dudes. So on and so forth. All right, let me play this, and then we'll go to the funny one, and then I'll end the show and go eat. I'll make a fish sandwich with tartar sauce.
When the Ku Klux Klan murdered my protector, it made me see the world differently. I was always the shortest kid in school, which made me an easy target for bullies. To protect myself, I got into the habit of befriending older boys who'd watch my back. One summer, when I was around 8 years old, I found Mickey, a kind and gentle teenager with a ready smile who made me feel safe. Over the years, I lost track of Mickey. It wasn't until the fall of 1964, my freshman year in college, that I heard what had happened to him. Several months before, Mickey, whose full name was Michael Schwerner, had gone to Mississippi to register black voters during what was known as Freedom Summer. On June 21st, Michael and two other civil rights workers, James Chaney and Andrew Goodman, were arrested near Philadelphia, Mississippi by Neshoba County Deputy Sheriff Cecil Ray Price for allegedly speeding. That night, after they paid their speeding ticket and left the jail, Deputy Price followed them, stopped them again, ordered them into his car, and took them down a deserted road where he turned them over to a group of his fellow Ku Klux Klan members. Mickey and the two others were beaten, shot at point-blank range, and buried in an earthen dam. Their bodies weren't found until August 4th. The state of Mississippi refused to bring charges against any of the Klan members. Eventually, the U.S. Justice Department brought federal charges against Price and 17 others. An all-white jury found 7 of the defendants guilty, including Price. Ultimately, none would serve more than 6 years behind bars. When the news reached me that Mickey, my childhood protector, had been murdered by white supremacists, by violent bullies who would stop at nothing to prevent black people from exercising their right to vote, well, something snapped inside me. I began to see everything differently. Before then, I understood bullying as a few kids picking on me for being short. Now, I saw bullying on a larger scale, all around me, in black people bullied by whites, in workers bullied by bosses, in girls and women bullied by men, in the disabled or gay or poor or sick or immigrant bullied by employers, landlords, insurance companies, and politicians. 60 years after the Freedom Summer murders, America still wrestles with bullies, a rise in hate crimes targeting people of color, LGBTQ people, immigrants, Jews, and Muslims. New laws restricting the right to vote, banning books, and stripping Americans of reproductive freedoms. Leaders who insult and demean people with disabilities, women, and trans kids. We must never give in to cruelty and violence. It is incumbent on all of us to stand up to bullies and be each other's protectors.
Very nice.
Right, and now the real
Update on the Mets game.
Yeah, what's the update on the Mets?
8-1.
are you
8-1
playing?
Mets over the Rockies.
8-1.
Not
Wow.
bad, right?
8-1 Mets. So Juan Soto should start acting happy now.
Yeah, Juan Soto's got to
You
shape
know,
up.
he's with a contender.
I think they should
He's with
send
a
him down
contender. He
to
should be.
AAA, right?
Oh yeah,
'Cause, you know,
that'll
get him riled
no,
up.
that'll humiliate him. He'll be the highest paid farm team player.
Yeah, but it's not a bad idea, right?
He'll be the highest paid minor league player in the history
He's
of
the
the
highest paid major league player, so why not the highest paid minor league player?
Well, if he's not performing, maybe AAA is
I
the
mean,
right.
he's hitting a home run here and there, but he's not doing what he was paid to do.
Well, if they took Juan Soto and sent him to Mets AAA, and they took the hottest kid from AAA and put him in Juan Soto's place,
Yeah.
and the kid in left field started producing better than Soto did, that should wake up Soto.
That should wake him up. Get some fucking fire under his ass,
Got a kid
man.
say, "Oh, we got this.
No, but they won't do it. We don't want to.
We got this hot shot kid from
They
AAA.
won't do it though. They
He's
won't
doing
fucking
better
do it.
than Soto. He's hitting.
You talk about the PC stuff, the Mets or the MLB PC fucking bitches, man. They won't take their players and smack them around a little bit, right?
Well, yeah, Billy Martin wouldn't have tolerated.
Yeah, well, that's back in the day. They won't do that anymore.
Remember when?
I don't remember, but I've seen it.
When Reggie Jackson didn't want to hustle, he was being lazy, and Billy Martin was
Before my time, but
he took him out of the game.
they won't do that now. Not these days. Not these
He
days.
says, "You get center." I think
you see Soto jogging over the first base. It's fucking man.
no.
It's long past those days of Billy Martin, man. Unfortunately,
Billy Martin pulled Reggie Jackson off the field for slacking. He saw that he was slacking.
they won't do it anymore. They won't.
And Reggie started yelling at Billy. They started having a shouting match.
They won't even think about doing that. They won't even think about.
I should find that video. But let me play.
I've seen it.
Let me play this. This is funny as fucking shit. Oh, I can't play it because it ain't screen shared. What the hell's going on here? This is Hook Nose is sabotaging. Hook Nose.
All
right, there we go.
Anyway, so the Mets are up 8-1. Oh, it's Donald Trump.
Wow.
Trump's best words.
I know words. I have the best words. In 1870, President Ulysses S. Grant, that beautiful Orion space capsule, the combat infantryman badge of our nation as a sovereign country. A lot of work has been done, a lot of renovation. If you look at some of it, defensive missions and missiles, your devotion, prowess, then you will gain momentum. Heroin alone, if you look at the heroin epidemic, the federal government is conducting an aggressive investigation and to delegitimize. As bad as it is, it meant something by an anonymous, really anonymous. You're going to see some statistics coming out. Americans of all walks of life rose up. Assistant Secretary Girard and Surgeon General Adams, heart, lung, and liver transplants annually. Advising lawmakers, but China's their supply chain. This Russia thing with Trump, I hope they now go and take a look at the oranges of the investigation, the beginnings. And every single car out there, even the really expensive ones, and we used to have Radio Free Europe, Radio for Europe. The Nazis, the invasion of Normandy, and the liberation of Europe. A brilliant star shone in the east, wise men traveled far. Really big beneficiaries. Whole state to be a sanctuary for criminal. To shield and shelter criminal. Look, wait. The members of our armed forces, and you understand that very well. And the internet, if you think about this, rich traditions of this convention. Expectations in the House for the midterm and midterm year. Waive all applicable state taxes despite these obstacles, Karen. The Central Command response and crisis response. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt as Hurricane Irma approaches. And he voted for Obama amnesty by a sleazebag lawyer named Abiante. That's what the United Nations is all about. Will not be tolerated any longer. Merry Christmas, everybody. We just have to say it. You know, we just said another stock market. You saw that, right? The stock market, and to replace chasms of distrust ever foisted upon the American people. And then they announced there was no buys, no. Seek real bipartisan solutions. Made a pivotal, really, and I mean this was pivotal. Reauthorized the 9/11 victims. In April of 2014, our Army manned the air. It ran the rampart. These historic accomplishments shades our embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. It's great to be back in Missouri, Ghana, Guinea, Nambia. Jews, thank the Minneapolis police. Venezuela's working to improve this country and your terrific government. And God bless the United States. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, that was wonderful. That was great. That was great. That was great. Beautiful. Ay, ay, ay. That was gold.
James, you know that was really stupid.
That was gold. That was gold. That was gold.
It was really stupid.
That shows you the dumbness of the Republican
The
Party.
dumbness of Donald Trump.
Oh.
But how many of those same exact things can you make of Joe Biden? I mean, it's like 100 times worse.
Is bah, 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 bah.
He
That's
says
the
a bunch of stupid shit. It's the same exact thing.
Nowhere near.
And Joe Biden could not run a lap near what Donald Trump was doing in the fucking campaign. He was going from all over the country, bro. So if he messed up and said a couple of bad lines,
a couple words. There was like dozens there.
But it was taken out of context. Obviously, I mean, I get that you don't like the guy. It's fine, but I mean, you got to be a little bit serious.
Joe Biden was physically.
He was physically, and he shouldn't have been president. That's it. He just shouldn't have been there.
Sick man. He was a sick man. Now this guy is just he's a living cartoon.
All right. I mean, if that's what you're going for, when you had 4 years of fucking Joe Biden and that was acceptable.
We had 4 years of Trump.
And that was acceptable. What happened with Joe Biden? I'm not going to argue with you, but I mean, it seems silly.
Well, for the economy, he didn't do so bad, Joe Biden.
For the economy?
You know, unemployment and this.
Whoever was in charge, whoever was doing the thing, maybe okay. The economy, the healthcare,
social services, taking care of the people, taking care
all
of the
the
people.
stuff, all the things, right?
Oh, they're hungry.
I would say, you know, this current news was this fucking bill, and the Trump Elon beef.
Oh,
that seems a little interesting.
That frightening bill.
That seems interesting. I take Elon's side. I think
that frightening bill is Elon is right. It is an abomination.
Why was Elon hired to even do anything? And then
because you know why he was hired? Because Donald Trump figured he's the richest man in the world, and he knows how to run a business. And and I'm doing a little Vince McMahon. He knows how to run a business, and that's why he was impressed. He was impressed by Elon. He thought he was going to really turn things around. And
so Elon thought he had some power, maybe, and then
there's a
what happened between the two.
There's a possibility that they're both equally guilty. I think Elon became drunk with power, and he wanted to do everything only to benefit his business. Only. I don't think he was really looking out.
But it wasn't
for
really
people.
it wasn't really affecting his business, though. It wasn't affecting Elon's business. So that thesis is kind of silly.
No, I mean in a positive way. Elon Musk was only looking for, let's say, tax cuts, contracts that Donald Trump canceled. Now that they had a falling out, but all a billionaire really cares about is themselves and their business, and that's probably Donald Trump, like being self-serving, and he's not really doing too much for the country except for the world of Elon Musk and SpaceX and the other business he has and Tesla and Donald Trump probably he rubbed him the wrong way and he says, you know what, and he had to say what he had to say. Just like he had to say what he had to say about Vladimir Putin that won't stop attacking Ukraine. Trump said something about that. That's how he is. He wants to do the right thing, but he's hiring the wrong people. I think he has good intentions to a certain point. Now I don't say he has good intentions completely because the man is a narcissist and I don't know if he's a sociopath, but he's a narcissist. But I think he's hiring the wrong people. He's surrounding himself with the wrong people. Donald Trump should get advisors that really know their shit and start hiring competent people that know what to do. Because he just has a bunch of
What do you think of Marco Rubio?
like a pirate movie. No, Marco Rubio is a smart guy. I've heard him speak.
You like him?
He's not a dummy at all. No, he's a smart guy. He's, he is what
He's
he is.
Cuban too.
He's right wing. He's Republican, but he's smart.
Oh, he is right wing.
He's
He
smart.
is a contender for the 28 Republican presidential.
I don't think Marco Rubio is a.
He's very
cruel-
smart.
I don't think he's a
very smart.
cruel person like some of the other Republicans. What's his name?
I like Rubio.
Some of them are really extreme. I don't think he's.
I liked Rubio going back to 2016.
Yeah.
When he was running for president in 2016,
Ugh.
I thought he would have made the right choice.
Well, I've heard him speak many times.
He was, he had all the right. He checked all the right boxes, right? Plus he was quote unquote a minority, right? So the Republicans can say, okay, we have a minority guy.
Well, but he had compassion.
He was really good. And then all of a sudden in 2016, Trump came along and he blew everybody out of the fucking field.
Yeah.
But before that, I thought Rubio had a pretty good chance to be the Republican candidate. Do you remember that?
I think I hate to say it, but I think a Latin American politician.
I think it would go good against, especially these days, against the Democrats, where all they can put up is fucking minority people, because like that's all that they got. I mean, they got fucking Harris or they got Obama. They're thinking about Buttigieg because he's gay. I mean, that's just a dumb idea anyway.
Let me tell you something about Buttigieg. Forget about his preference.
You can't forget about that. That's the thing, James. You can't forget about it.
Now you're coming up
with
homophobic.
No, it's not just me. It's the whole country.
He is he's
not going to get elected.
It's
the whole country, James. It's the whole country.
I'm going to end the show.
It's not just me, though.
He is a very well-educated
We're talking about who is electable, though. Who's electable? Electable.
Well, he's not electable.
Buttigieg is not. He's not. He's not.
But I'm saying
That's the point. That's the
guy
point.
is he's
He
very
okay.
smart and he's very well educated. Very well educated.
He can be very well educated. But he is a fag.
But he's
He's
not
not gonna get get elected. It's not gonna happen.
just like Kamala Harris was not elected. Just like
But he's even worse than Kamala Harris.
Pocahontas is not electable because
Why not?
Because America is what? Why? Because she's very lily white. No, America's not ready for a female president.
So you got Buttigieg. He's a lily white man, but he's gay.
I just told you he's not electable.
He's not.
He's not electable, and
So
I think
he might be
Marco Rubio.
Very smart, very educated, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter.
Senator. He could be a U.S. senator.
Yeah, he is a senator, right? He's a senator. I think he is, right?
Buttigieg could be a senator. No, he's.
I mean, come on, James. You gotta be serious here.
Transportation.
But I think he's a senator now, or maybe he used to be a senator.
I don't know, but but as far as president, no.
I mean, if the Democrat Party is gonna go for that type of thing, they're not gonna win anything. They're gonna keep losing.
They are
going to keep losing
because they're.
So they need to get their fucking hats on and figure this shit out.
You heard
because they're a bunch of fucking losers right now.
You heard what Bernie said about the Democrats.
Bernie's right.
I quit being a registered Democrat a long time ago.
That's fine. But you still vote for them. It's like you're on their side.
It's fine. I have reason to quit.
I get it. I get it.
That's why. And I agree.
But when it comes down to two people, you're gonna vote for one or the other. You're gonna vote for the Democrat.
Well,
so obviously, you want them to do good.
I gotta vote for the lesser of two evils.
I know. James, you don't have to explain it. I heard it.
I gotta think about what is best for James.
I get it. I get it. So, are you gonna vote for Buttigieg?
If it was Buttigieg, no. Well, if it was Buttigieg against Trump, I would vote for Buttigieg, but I would rather vote for an independent candidate if they stood a chance.
Who would that be? Who?
I don't know, but Buttigieg is not electable.
Buttigieg ain't doing it. He's not going to do it.
He's not electable. But I won't vote.
Maybe
for,
maybe Newsom. Maybe Newsom.
I won't vote for a fascist.
Maybe Gavin Newsom. Right? We don't even talk about him
Gavin
anymore.
Newsom is another guy who is a mega superstar. Besides Newsom,
he's straight.
The guy, the senator from Connecticut.
He's a Jew though. He's a Jew.
No, not that guy. No, I know Lieberman. No.
No. I'm talking about what's his name? Josh or something.
No, not him. Not him. It's somebody else. I played his videos many times, and he runs rings around everybody in Washington. I mean,
he's not a Jew.
No.
I think a Jew would be a little too controversial, also.
Well, too biased towards Israel. I think it would turn off. It would
Shapiro. That's what I'm thinking about. Shapiro.
No, he's not electable. It would turn. You can't turn off mainstream America and think.
You can't. Yeah. You need to remember this is a big fucking country.
They're not all inclusive.
No. For the most part, they're not at all inclusive.
So therefore, they're not.
That's why Trump won. Trump won because nobody wanted to vote for fucking a black woman. I mean, come on. Hey, brah. Yeah.
Hey, brah, listen.
It's my buddy.
Sid, I did play some red pill.
Red pill. We had some. You missed it. You missed it, Sid.
I did play some red pill videos. Girls that were bashing the damage that the feminist movement did to dating and
Now,
relationships.
let's ask Sid. Sid, why do you think, or maybe I don't know if he has noticed this, but why are so many of these girls now on social media? They seem to be taking the man's side all of a sudden, and they're going against their fellow feminist women.
Men are not dating them. Men are not bothering
Oh,
him.
I'm just I want to see what
All
Sid
right, let's see what
says.
Sid has to say. Sid
So
is actually,
that's my open question to Sid.
yeah, Sid's a smart guy. He's actually,
Yeah, he used to be he used to have some good commentary before he became a dick. Yeah, I don't
let's
know why he's talking about bullshit. Like
let's see,
he used to talk pretty good before he became silly like that.
let's see some skin.
Maybe let's see if he says something normal, and then if he doesn't, we'll just block him, right?
Well, I don't have to block. I won't show his commentary.
Let's
You
see
know,
some
but
skin. I mean, what the fuck is that?
what does that mean?
Skin.
You want to see us? You want us to take our
So
clothes off?
I proposed a question to Sid. So if he doesn't give a fucking decent answer, or at least something, then fuck you, Sid.
No, he mentions red pill.
We can get Paul on here and we'll see what you
He
like
says,
about that.
okay, he says, hey, brah, red pill. It's red pill time. Well,
No, you gotta talk though, man.
well, let's go. Red pill. Red pill.
That's not enough. That's not enough.
No, but
Let's get Paul. Get
no,
Paul.
I mean,
We'll put him in his corner.
the show will be going on till
Because
Sunday.
when Paul comes in, then Sid shuts the fuck up, right?
Hold on, he says something.
He's scared of Paul. Women want a real man, bro.
I think it's funny when he riles Paul up.
They don't want wet diaper, liberal loser. So are you saying that Paul is a wet diaper, liberal loser?
Who?
Is that what he said?
Diaper?
First he said that Paul wears cheap sneakers, right? And now he said that he wears a diaper. All right, that's it. Get Paul in here. Get him in here.
I just sent him the link.
Yeah.
Just now.
You got to show him this shit.
But if he comes on, I'm gonna lie down. I'm not gonna. I've been in this fucking steel folding chair too long.
You're sitting in a steel folding chair?
That's what I use.
Why?
Well, I don't mind sitting in it for a little while, but not for like
Why don't you put it in your living room?
not for 4 hours. Why didn't I put it in my living room? Because I got room where I am.
With a steel folding chair?
No, I got steel folding chairs in my kitchen too. I don't want to. You think I'm gonna spend the money on upholstery? And
Why don't you sit in your living room?
And then if the moving men they charge me to move that shit.
I'm asking you, why don't you sit in your living room?
Because I don't have the desktop in the living room. Then I have to be stuck using my phone when I go live, and I don't want to do that.
You could move your desktop.
What are you, for real? You know what a project that would be? And I don't have a hookup in there for the cable. The cable hookup is here.
Okay.
Are you serious? You have a laptop.
I am serious.
You have a laptop and a tablet, right? You could go anywhere with your laptop. You could pick it up and go anywhere.
That's the beauty of a laptop.
Well, that's why it's a laptop. But I'm doing it from a large, custom-made, jacked-up desk PC.
What is this,
And
1995?
my brother-in-law built it, custom built. I got a big monitor.
I hope you thanked him for that.
Huh?
I hope you thanked him for that.
Of course I thanked him.
That's a nice brother-in-law.
Yeah, he built it. It's all jacked. It's big. I got the freaking.
What is Sid saying? He wants a real he wants a word woman, or what does he want?
A woman. What is he saying? Hold on. A wet diaper. Real men don't.
Man, shut up, man. Nobody said anything about. Shut the
They
fuck
want to
up.
spank, but he's talking silly now. See,
He's just being stupid.
you're not getting to the root of the problem with
First
intelligent.
of all, Sid, we know who you are, right? Right, James?
He's probably Red Rooster.
Do we know who he is?
You know, I tried to find where Red Rooster's blocked and unblock him. So Red Rooster. I'm tired of all these aliases. I'd rather have Red Rooster himself because he won't use his real name.
Who is Sid, right?
Like if Red Rooster, if I unblock Red Rooster, then Red Rooster would come on as Red Rooster.
How does Sid know who Salvatore is and
Mario Petrus.
and everybody, right?
He knows everybody,
He knows the kind of sneakers that Paul wears.
and he knows.
He doesn't know anything about me though.
He knows.
He knows nothing about me.
No, he doesn't. But he knows some personal things about a lot of people.
Not me though.
I think he's
'Cause
got.
I don't put myself out there.
See, Red Rooster has his own.
I'm here. I'm here. You can see
Red
me.
Rooster. I know you're there. I see you.
I'm saying, but
I'm explaining
but
about Red.
Sid can see me.
Explaining about Red Rooster just in case Sid. Is
Red
in
Rooster
there.
Sid.
Just in case you don't like you're getting like Paul now. Red Rooster has these.
Don't tell me I'm looking like
But
Paul.
you just listen. You have a listening problem. Red Rooster has a posse of hackers that know how to finagle and do shit.
So there's people working for him?
He's got. I don't know how he gets them to do things, but he has people that know how to do shit. And
Really?
and
Who told you that?
Because when before Red Rooster got blocked, he was doing stuff online, fabricating lies and stuff. Yeah, like taking photos and changing them around, and yeah, doing shit, finagling.
Faggot shit. You know what that is? That's faggot.
You know what that is? It's called being a fucking coward.
I call it being a faggot.
Only a coward would hide on social media and cause problems.
It's gay. It's gay.
He trolls. That's the word I'm looking for.
You know what a troll? You know what a troll is? A troll is a nice word of calling somebody a fag. That's what I say.
Yeah, you ever see the
And see, these days, everybody has to be nice and everything.
you ever
So they made up this word called troll. They made it up so nobody gets offended. Now you know what a troll is? A troll is a fucking fag. That's what a troll is.
You ever see the cartoon of trollers? They always show this.
I refuse the word.
They
use
always
the word
show.
troll.
They always show this funny looking, dorky, overweight guy with pimples, and he lives in his mother's basement. And
A dork. A dork. In other words.
He goes online to make everybody's life miserable.
Uh-huh.
That's stereotypical.
So when I was a kid, that was called a fag, a faggot.
Well,
And you were allowed to say that back in those days. I don't know about you.
Well,
But
we use the word pussy too. We use faggot, pussy, douchebag.
all of a sudden, you couldn't say that anymore.
Yeah, because they don't have the balls to meet anybody face to face. So what do? They hide behind aliases.
Yeah, enough is enough with this stuff, right?
You know, aliases.
We have been PC liberals for far too long, and we've lost our culture. Our culture has been out the window.
You know how many aliases troll this show? I don't even know. If I looked up concerned citizen, I wonder if he really is.
He's not concerned.
No, I wonder if he really is on any social media platform.
Oh, because he tells you to look it up.
No, maybe he is an alien.
He does tell you to look up his Twitter thing, right?
No, that's Ed Krasenstein. Oh no, he is.
No. Yeah, he says it too.
Okay, so he probably really is on Twitter. Okay. Okay, all right. Sorry,
But
I
who
apologize.
cares? Nobody cares, right?
You know,
Nobody
I
fucking
know,
cares.
I know he likes to push my buttons, but he probably is real. But the other aliases, remember Horn Dog and the Fart Doctor, and
Yeah,
all
I think the days of that are long gone.
Brian Sook.
No, I don't think that's around anymore. I think now they're trying to be more serious. The trolls are trying to blend in and be more serious now. They're not using stupid names. You know what I'm saying?
They're trying to be more sophisticated,
Yeah, they would so that you'll pay more attention, maybe.
and they can slither in
Yeah,
into
exactly.
and blend, like you said.
And that guy Ed, whatever his name is, he might be one of those.
No, 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 Ed,
But he's being on your side. So
no, Ed.
so he's catching you off guard.
Listen, dude.
Catching you off guard.
I know you're not crazy about Ed because he's a real
No,
progressive.
I'm not crazy about anybody.
Ed has a Twitter account,
But
and
maybe this guy is using that person's name. Like this guy is a fake Ed, who's just taking the progressive Ed. He's taking the progressive Ed, and he's fucking with you.
no, Ed never fucks with me. Ed is always cool.
He seems to be, but
always-
we'll see how it goes.
Look, when he says you got a bunch of right wing fascists on your commentary, he's actually right.
Yeah, but we'll see
He's
how
actually
we'll see
right.
how it goes.
You know,
Because the real Ed has such a huge following.
over 1 million. Yeah.
Why would he just kind of flock to this little channel? That seems a little suspicious.
Well, because he
A
first
little.
told
It seems a little.
he told me he likes my show, he likes my content, he likes my political banners, he likes what I post. You know, I'm a very popular guy. You know,
Are you?
I that you don't know about. I am for real. Well, you have your opinions, but what have you done?
I don't do anything.
According to society
I
and
don't do
politics
anything.
or any of
No,
that.
I don't do nothing.
You don't do it. You
And I don't pretend to.
you go by the pool. You know.
Yeah, well, that's and I'm fine with that. I'm not saying that I do anything
You
besides that.
float by the pool. You know.
Listen, I'm not trying to change the world. I'm not trying to change the world.
Okay, but I'm just saying. You know, don't laugh and say that James is not popular. You know how many people contact me every day of all kinds.
Gabriel's fucking
No, not
douchebag
Gabriel.
Elias.
Gabriel is like
He's a leech.
a dust mite on your eyebrow compared to the people that contact me. Gabriel is not like
All right.
the only person contact. Believe me, there's like tons. So what I'm trying to say is,
I'm not trying to diminish.
I mean, I could take screen shares. of all
No,
of it.
you don't need to do that.
I mean, if
That's
you want.
totally unnecessary.
But
Totally
the point is, Ed Krasenstein, what you're saying is,
No, you don't need to diminish.
why
you
we-
don't need to diminish what I do. If
Why
I
would
hang out by the pool, that's my personal business.
right, but don't mock.
Because I work 5 days a week.
Don't mock. No, I know you. Hey, look, you're a full time. You're a full time worker.
I work full time.
You work. You're
So
an
if I want to get a tan at the fucking.
But don't mock people that are
I'm-
successful.
But I'm not mocking.
Taking a
anybody.
liking to me. You're mocking it.
Was I?
You were laughing like, because I said Ed Krasenstein took a liking.
First of all, it's a silly name, and he wouldn't answer
Well,
you
that's the name.
whether it's Steen or Stein. He never answered you. I mean, that's a simple question.
Well, I don't. Why couldn't he say? I asked him.
Yeah.
Listen, to be nice, I asked him out of courtesy. How do you want me to pronounce your name?
I know.
Steen or Stein?
And he never answered you.
Like people call Bruce Springsteen Steen.
I know.
Well, what I said to him. Well, what would
If you grow up in New York, there's a lot of Jews around, right? So Steen is a fucking Jew name. Sometimes I want to be called Steen. I want to call me Stein.
How does Bruce spell his last name? Is it? Let me see.
And you asked this guy, and he never answered you. I
No,
noticed that
because they bust my people like they bust
because
my
no,
fucking
because
balls.
he thinks that you are fucking with him. Maybe I don't know.
Bruce Springsteen. Okay, Bruce Springsteen spells it Steen, Steen.
It's always spelled like that.
So this guy is Stein.
It's always spelled the same way. The
So this
difference
guy,
is how you pronounce it.
so this guy is Stein.
You
Now,
don't know that.
Stein is a German word.
Well, hold on. How do you know that?
Krassenstein is a German word. Name. It's a German name. Now, maybe
How is it spelled?
the German Jews say Steen.
How is it spelled?
How is it spelled? Stein, like a beer stein.
It's the same as Bruce Springsteen, though.
No, Bruce Springsteen is spelling his name Steen.
He has two E's?
Two E's, but we don't know if that's his original birth name.
No, he changed that probably because he's a singer. He didn't want to be considered a Jew.
Maybe that might be a stage name.
Yeah, probably is.
Bruce
Because
Springsteen.
nobody uses the two E's. Nah, you don't see it like that.
No, the point is that
Now maybe we're putting too much emphasis on
now
this.
the thing is it might really be Ed Krassenstein might be the real Ed Krassenstein.
Maybe but when you asked him the question, why didn't he answer you?
He won't answer me, and he won't answer me why he won't come on.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
With his audio, or
He can even put up an avatar and just talk.
why can't he put up?
He won't even do that.
He's got an avatar.
For somebody who's so famous, is a big shot. He won't even do so. It makes me a little suspicious.
He uses an. You know what? Let me double.
A little suspicious, I
Let me
am
double
of this guy.
Let me double check. Hold on.
Does he have like an avatar of a guy with a big nose?
No. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can find him.
Krasenstein. It's a stupid name, first of all.
No, there's a lot of stupid names. Here we go.
Madonna's a good name.
Okay, listen to me.
That's a
All right.
strong name, Madonna.
Listen to me. What about Krasen balls? Listen.
Crass and crap.
Krasen crab lice. All right, he's got freaking.
Wait, it's a black guy.
Okay,
Is he
no,
black?
no, he's not black. He's lily white. He's got his real photo. He's not old. He's a young guy. He follows me, and
Okay.
you know what it is? It's the glare. He's very white.
He looks very black in this
And
picture.
he's not old at all. He looks like a young guy. He follows me. Okay. He
Does
says
he follow Ron Ontario?
he says here, no, he wouldn't, because Ron Ontario is right wing Republican. He wouldn't be
No, Ron Ontario is a Democrat.
He comes from a Democrat family.
He's
But he's always bashing
he's an old school Democrat, right?
yeah, but if you hear him, he's not in favor of liberals or progressives or anything like that. He's pro right wing, but he comes from a Democrat family. Okay, this guy says AI and crypto futurist, creator of Krasencast. Subscribe for additional content. Follow my twin, Krasenstein. Let's see, what has he got? He joined April 2010. He was born November the 2nd, and he's got 1 million followers. He's got 1 million followers. Okay. All right. So he looks genuine, and what he lives in Fort Myers, Florida. Okay. Lives in Fort Myers. And that's that. I didn't even know he lives in Fort Myers, Florida. All right, that's it. Goodbye.